All right. Good morning, everybody. Well, at least good morning for me. Good afternoon to anybody else, depending where you are located. And welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, everybody. Look at that beautiful, beautiful bird in front of us. The Boeing 787-10. And beautiful Etihad colors. The Dreamliner, everybody. The Dreamliner, going from Abu Dhabi in the UAE, heading over to Bangkok today. 5 hours and 34 minutes of scheduled flight time. We are extremely heavy in this airplane today. Our zero fuel weight of 423,300 pounds and a takeoff weight of 512,315 pounds. We have a cost index of 160. We are cruising at 35,000 feet and a total distance of 2,802 miles. So should be a very good one. Nilsku, what's up, my man? Hello, BCE. I'm sorry I can't read your name there. I'm not able to pronounce that, but hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Mom, hello. Love you. Good morning. Finnair A330 cruising at flight level 340, descending at about 200 nautical miles. Nice, Nilsku, nice. Sounds really cool, my man. Hope you butter it. Today is a multiplayer session, everybody. So feel free to join me. The one thing that I did fail to do, actually, is put this link up in Discord. Today has been a... well, not really crazy, but this morning's been busy. Already, the new Call of Duty released today, MW2, so, you know, had to get that installed on my Xbox and everything, and so, give me two seconds. Need to, get this message posted. You're Russian? Nice. Well, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Alright, let's see. Hold on, I gotta get this in the announcements tab, everybody. I forgot to send this link out there to let everybody know that we are streaming. My mistake. Okay. Alright, just got that announcement out there on the Discord. I completely forgot to do that. How do you play multiplayer? You go ahead and you enable it in the menu here, and then you gotta hop on the same server as me, and then, yeah, we should all be able to see each other. No speak English? That's no problem, my friend, no problem. You seem to have the basics down. Sad that you missed ATS yesterday? Yeah, no problem, man. That was a last minute. Why does our jetway keep disconnecting on its own? My goodness, this has been happening to all aircraft lately, and it's driving me absolutely bananas. But yeah, the ATS stream yesterday was kind of a last minute thing. Didn't really, plan on doing that originally, but I was like, you know what, let's see if people are going to be into this, and actually a good amount of people were, so I'm happy. So maybe we'll do some more ATS stuff in the future. You've been waiting for this? Good, Foot, good. Your mom has Microsoft Flight Simulator? No, I don't believe, at least I don't think so. Mom, you hiding something from me? She could have just been asking a general question. I've been waiting for a long haul, and especially at the time I can watch it fully. Nice. Well, I'm glad you can. Remember, everybody, this is multiplayer. You can join. Mr. Foot, that's for you. You can join if you please. Escort me if you want to. About 5 hours and 34 minutes. The airplane is cold and dark. I'm just waiting on everybody to get on. Looks like our stream just completely reset there. Wow, that was weird. Your mom disconnected the Wi-Fi. Well, she doesn't live with me, and I don't live with her. So if she did that, then she's a technological wizard. But yeah, it seems like we're doing okay now. Yeah, that was weird. Probably just YouTube, guys. YouTube's been kind of weird lately with that. It's definitely not my internet. I mean, we have the fastest internet, pretty much. You're back, what the heck? Yeah, it was weird. The internet, YouTube, kind of went wacky. Okay. Now that I've had another sip of coffee, let's jump inside the flight deck, everybody, and get everything ready to go, shall we? The airplane is completely cold and dark. Let's get up to the overhead panel, and let's first get our battery power on. Alright, and now let's get our external powers on. Let's get our nav lights on. Wonderful, you can hear the air starting to come through the cockpit. Let's get our left IRS on and our right IRS on. Okay. Let's take a look down here, wait for all of our systems to start coming alive, which it looks like they have. Let's come down here to the FMC. Let's go over to our position in it. We'll just take the... Well... No, you know what, we'll do this... Excuse me. We will do this properly. Reference airport. Oscar, Mike, Alpha. Alpha? There we go. There's a reference right there. North 24 degrees, 25.19. East. Okay, let's come over here to our right. Oh, never mind. I guess this doesn't simulate that. Alright, no big deal. Ooh, excuse me, everybody. Ooh. Alright, let's set our IRS position there. Come over to our route now. Oh boy, hopefully I'm not getting sick. I will be very annoyed if I'm catching a cold. Ugh, my gosh, I hate, absolutely hate Windows now. Ever since Windows updated that whole, deal where you can move multiple windows across the screen, just really, it's just messing everything up here. Ugh. We're 2,000 miles apart, sadly. Yeah, more like 1,200, but you know, I'm just joking. You might hop in at some point. Nice. All right. Okay. Oh, man. That sneeze took a lot out of me. And you can track this flight on Volanta, everybody, remember? What server again? USA East. USA East, my friend. Okay, let's come back outside here, and let's get... And I'm at gate 11 as well. Let's get our boarding started and ready to go. Time to escort me for 5 hours? Alright. You should be able to make that. I mean, as long as you don't go supersonic the whole time. By the way, Michael, when will you do a flight where people can come with you? I'd really love to come, like, on an airliner. If you could announce a couple of days before the stream, I would definitely come. What do you mean? When will I do a flight when people come with me? Meaning, like, multiplayer? If so, we announced this way in the beginning of the week, my friend. If you mean a real flight? In the real world? I don't know. Yeah, we did announce this at the beginning of the week, my friend. That would also be awesome. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'd like to go to flight simulator conventions that pop up around here. Maybe once I gain enough popularity, I might be invited to something like that. At least I think that would be pretty cool. And that's where you can go get your hands on all the newest tech, all the newest gizmos and gadgets for Microsoft Flight Simulator in general. That's definitely something I would love to do. Who knows? We might be able to actually do that one day. But, alright, boarding has started, so have to keep your eyes open next time. Yeah, no big deal, man. No big deal. Okay, let's come on down here to our FMC, because there's a few things that we need to do. And that is getting our payload all set to go. Oh, sorry guys, that I am sniffling a lot for some reason. Abu Dhabi, yes sir. I'll probably stay here, but I will go to the hot tub for about an hour at some point. Alright, man. Okay. Let's look at our total payload today. 122,073 pounds.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding started.
Fuel on board is 90,115 pounds. Okay. Alright. Hit execute. That should start loading everything over for us. Alright, perfect. Perfect. There we go. Lovely. Looking good. Let's go back. Let's come back over to our route, and let's get this going. What's my name? Mecha Gojira, number 6611, I think. 6611, I think, is the last four numbers there. Okay, so we want OMAA for Dubai. Oh, my nose is running all of a sudden, my god. To VTBS for Bangkok. We are going out on runway 31 left. And our flight number is EY Echo Yankee 402. This is an actual flight number that they use for this flight. Let's hit the next page here. For me, you have an A380. Oh, jeez. Alright, from here we are going to Knip. From Knip, we are going to... we're hopping on the November 318 airway, and we are headed to Javed. From Javed, we're hopping on the November 881. From there, we are heading to Raski. We have 373 passengers on board also, folks. One thing I would like to do, though, is come over here to GSX and have them slow down. Have them slow down with the speed at which they board our passengers, because sometimes, in my opinion, it can be a bit too much. November 2303.5, this one here. Who is going full afterburner in my right ear right now? My goodness. to Rasky. Hopping on the L639. Heading over to Laxum. You crashed. Oh, jeez. Direct to Monpi. Or Monpai. Farmer, hello. Right, gotta check which Mon key this is. 2204. Here it is. From Monpi, we are headed on the November 895. Oops. To NNP. NNP, we're hopping on the Lima 524. Going to Ebeto. And then it will be time to put our arrival in. Also, everybody, we're not going to do real time on this one. I'm going to back this up to about 11 a.m.-ish. And the reason why is because I'd rather land during the daytime for this one. Because we are all the way on the other side of the world from where I am. So I'd at least like to do this leg during the day. So just before anybody comes in the comments and freaks out over it, that's going to be the reason why. Where did you get that mod? Is it payware? And by the way, hello Mystic. How are ya? Where did we get this mod? I think right off flightsim.to. Hey, I'm showing an F-18 loading in at the gate in Abu Dhabi. Alright, let's get our departure and our arrival all set. We are taking the Canop 2U. There it is. Excellent. Let's come back over here to our departure and our arrivals. And we are going in on 19 left. We'll take the ILS. And we are taking the Willock 3C. There you go. Via the Ebeto transition. Okay. Awesome. Come back over here to our route. And, well, let's look at our legs first. And just make sure that nothing is amiss. That we don't have any discontinuities that we are going to have to take care of. Crashed again? God. You got your Airbus joystick and throttle? Nice. The Bucks lost again? I know. They look like absolute crap. I got up and walked away from that game several times. Detected line cannot be deleted. Oh, this might be why. There it is. Okay. Alright, looking good there. Our routing should be good to go. We'll activate that and execute it in. Let's get our performance done now. This should be pretty much all calculated for us already. Let's get our reserve fuels in. We want 5.2 on the reserve fuel. Our cruising altitude, 35,000 feet. Cost index of 160. Alright, looking good. We'll go 50 degrees on the selected temp. Takeoff. We will do a D-rated takeoff, 10%. Over here, we will get flaps to... Flaps 5 should be fine for this. Will it let me? Yes, it will. Alright, awesome. Oh, Alright, let's get our V speeds all set here. VR of 162. Baby, that's a heavy one. That is a heavy one indeed. Alright. How long is the runway here? I'm planning an ultra long haul flight today. Delivery of an A350-1000 to my Australian airline. The flight is Zurich to Sydney. That is an ultra long haul, my friend. My goodness. I hope you enjoy it. Hey, look at that. Our jetway disconnected on its own again. Ah, it's not surprising at all. Our cargo and baggage is already finished being loaded. We just gotta wait for the rest of our passengers to get on board. And look at that, from Abu Dhabi to the world. How fitting. Alpha 6 Bravo Mike Hotel is the tail number on this lovely airplane. Can I send the flight plan, sure? It's an underrated airport, I agree. There's my flight plan. Okay, let's see. Our runway length. $13,000 feet. So we will have plenty. It's a 5 hours in an F-18, dude. If you were going to follow along, I would suggest an airliner so you can throw it on autopilot at least. Alright, so our passengers are still boarding. While they are doing that, we will continue along with our cockpit preparation here. Let's get our cruising altitude selected. Oh, we never plugged in our throttle quadrant. Hopefully this doesn't crash our game, and if it does, I am going to be very upset. Go. Keep this default. There we go. We should be good now. There we go. Alright, let's get our altitude set here. 35,000 feet. Alright. And then our runway heading is for 31 left. 306 degrees. Alright, and then V2 plus 10 for the autopilot is 181. Alright, lovely. Let's get our flight directors armed. Looking good. Looking good. Let's get our auto throttle off for now. Alright. Check runway behind you. Is that you? Oh yeah, hey you. Well, it looks like you're in. It shows an F-18 for me, because I don't have the F-11. Easy does it there, Foot. Easy does it. Oh, I lied. You're in a propeller plane. It says says F-18E, and you come by in a what looks like in a TC Avenger. That's funny. All right. Let's continue with our cockpit checks here. Let's get our barometric pressure all set. Let's come up over top now. We can get our APU fired up. Alright, APU coming in. We should fly on VATSIM. Yeah, you know, I've only been on the network twice. I've been meaning to get more time into practice, but I'm finding it extremely difficult to find, one, the time where when I fly, there's a simple airport that someone's logged into that's not very busy that I can kind of make mistakes in and take my time with, and, you know, just kind of learn as best as I can. Whenever I have the time and I log in my local area, none of my local airports are ever up and running on that sim. Didn't see that. I crashed. Oh, I saw you zip us right by, man. Must be a prince on board if we were getting a military jet escort. Yeah. Alright. Awesome. Let's get our APU generators on now and get our external powers off. My goodness, that sneeze scares me every time. Ugh. Gosh. Alright. APU is fired up, and I think we are pretty much good to go in our flight deck here. Transponder, code 7000. We are obviously not going to squawk that. We'll squawk 1200. Normal. Alright, everything's looking good there. GPWS, normal. Ground proximity warning system is going to be on the left side. Call, galley forward, call, queue. All call. That's cool. Satcom, HF, VHF. Cool. Alright. That is all looking good. So now, really, it's just about waiting for our passengers to finish boarding. Get this down to RTO. It's all about getting our passengers to finish boarding, and then we will be pretty much all set to go here. It's 150 passengers on board out of 373. Now is the time where we can go to GSX and we can ask this to get a little bit more dense so we can be a little bit faster with that. How do you put autopilot on the F11? I have no idea, Foot. Absolutely no idea, my man. Remember, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that on this stream. Get the stream up to as many likes as we possibly can. And then if you're new here and you are enjoying the video, please consider becoming a subscriber as well. Also, just wanted to mention that episode number 3 of our U-Boat series was released this morning. Patrol 1 Part 3, that is the final video of Patrol 1. We'll be heading on to Patrol 2 next week, so if you're into that kind of stuff, go ahead and check that video out also. Let's start getting our taxiing planned here. We're going to push back out into our right, taxi on Sierra, make a slight turn onto Foxtrot. Well, we're going to taxi in Sierra, make a left onto Echo 9, and then a right onto Echo, and follow that all the way down to 31 left. Alright, awesome. How long is the flight? 5 hours and 34 minutes scheduled flight time. Now our passengers are starting to get on board faster. And see, that's when I don't mind boosting up the passengers getting on board. Just so we're not waiting forever. You know what I mean. There goes Foot in his TP6 Avenger F-18. Well, I suppose while we wait, and while passengers are boarding, we can have some fun. And keep default. I hate how we can have some fun and go do a walkthrough of our airplane here. We will start right at the nose, get up inside, make sure everything is looking good, make sure we don't have any craziness going on in there. We gotta turn our drone speed down quite a bit. Is that our jetway disconnecting again? Yep. Why? Why? Just stay connected, man. That's all you gotta do, is stay connected for us. Alright. Let's keep going with our walk around here. Make sure everything is looking good, which it is. No damage to the airplane. Our static ports are clear and free. Nothing in there. Let's keep moving. Heading on down here. Let's just make sure all of our ducts here are clear and free. Nothing going around. Nothing going on over there. Let's check our left-hand engine here. Everything's looking clear. We don't have any obstructions of any kind. Warning, hot air exhaust, obviously. Everything is looking good back here. Lovely. Let's check our landing gear over here. Everything is looking good. We don't have any hoses or anything bursting. Our tires, we can pretend to kick those. They are looking good. Landing gear is looking excellent. Check out our wing here. Just make sure that nothing is wrong over our leading edges. That's all looking good. No visible damage. Same thing with the back of our airplane here. Let's keep going. Horizontal stabilizer looks good. Elevators are looking fantastic. APU is APUing. They'd be walking on air too, I know, man. Absolutely crazy. But the airplane is looking pretty fantastic right here. Stairs looking wonderful. Alright, let's keep moving. No visible damage. Check out our landing gear over here. Looking good, looking good. Tires are looking fine. Nothing is out of whack. Just check up inside, make sure we don't have any oil leakage or anything like that. Not looking like we do. Let's walk down the edge of our wing here and just see. Here comes foot again, gonna give us a buzz. And everything is looking good here. Alright, let's just go check the engine, and then we will be done with our walkthrough, and then that should put us nice and clear to get going. Engine looks good there. Let's get a look around the back. No bird's nests, no obstructions, nope. Alright, awesome. Looking great. Let's get back up here. Hello. Welcome. Hello. You know, we always have Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura. Doesn't he look like Tom Segura? Hello, guys. Hello. Welcome aboard. Nice ponytail, man. What's going on, bro? What's up, man? Dan, none of you guys have carry-on luggage? Why are you walking like that? Are you okay? Quite excited to be flying today, aren't you? Why does he have to change his name? I mean, I think you might be misinterpreting it, Mr. Foot. Alright. And the invisible cabin. Do you have your ticket? You, sir. At least I think you're a sir. Being incredibly short man. You are very tall. Get off your cell phone. Is that an airplane mode? Airplane mode. Hello. William Zabka from Karate Kid. What's up, man? Followed by Mr. Miyagi. Hey, bud. A very rough-looking Mr. Miyagi. Alright. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Patrick Mahomes, my dog. What's going on, man? You got a haircut? Didn't we just see you? Oh, chill out there, bud. Alright, back in our cockpit here while everybody continues loading on the airplane, and we are going to set our drone camera up out here for when we're cruising so we can get a nice view of our airplane. That should be fine. Let's get back inside the flight deck here because we are going to be ready to go any second. Any second. Remember, guys, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me on this stream. I would greatly appreciate that. As well as if you are new here and you are enjoying what you're seeing, please consider turning on notifications for the channel and clicking that subscribe button for me. I'm sure we would all in chat greatly appreciate that. Become part of the MB crew. VOR. You spawn on a 747. There you go. You hit 50 subs. Nice, Airplane Boy. Nice. Welcome to the stream, by the way, also. It's 5 hours and 40 minutes of flying time today, remember, everybody. So we got a long one on our hands. A long one indeed. Delicious coffee. Alright, boarding is complete. We will let the flight crew get everybody seated and good to go. Let's come up over here to our overhead again. Let's get our seatbelt signs on. Let them know to please take their seats. Let's just do a general flow here. IRSs are looking good. All of our electricals looking fine. APU generator is on. AC buses will be on and turned on once our engines are started. Window heats are on and all good to go. Awesome. All of our doors are all set. Hydraulics, they're all looking good. Passenger signs we just turned on. Our lighting is good for now. All this stuff is looking good. Engine mode switches are on normal. Fuel jettison, nothing on there. One fuel pump activated for the APU. Anti-ice is not needed. Lights will stay as is for now. This is all looking good. Air conditioning looks fine. Packs are on. Pressurization is on auto. This is all manual, and that's all good. Okay, I think we're going to be ready to push here. So let's get the rest of our fuel pumps on. Okay. You see, that shuts down our APU. I've never understood that. Why our APU shuts down whenever we turn the fuel pumps on. You see that? APU shuts down. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Well, let's get the external power on because our airplane just lost power because the APU shut down. It's firing back up now. I don't understand why this airplane still continues to do that. But let's get our GSX ready for pushback. Still on the ground? Yep. A lot of people aboard this airplane. Prepare for pushback and departure. Now the jetway can disconnect.
Hello, Captain. We're
Hello.
ready for pushback.
Alright. Well, now the jetway's not going to disconnect. now after all this. There it goes.
Departure check completed. Bypass
Did
pin
our
inserted.
APU seriously not start? Come on with this, man. Oh my god, this is so irritating. UAV, hello my friend. Yeah, the APU doesn't start when you have the fuel pumps on for whatever reason. I don't understand it, and this airplane's been like this since day one. It just doesn't really make much sense to me. I don't understand. Hold on, we gotta get the APU started again. Turn the fuel pumps off, everybody. APU won't start if you have the fuel pumps on. We gotta wait a second for GSX here to get our APU back on, and then we're gonna have to start our engines quickly. Let's just make sure we know where we're going here. Pushing back out and to the right. Okay. Oh geez, I think I'm getting sick. Been getting really cold, and I'm getting sick already. Alright, APU sounds like it is fired up, so we are going to push back to the right.
Release parking brakes.
External powers can come off now, releasing our parking brake.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Engine number 2 starting first. Come over here. We have N2 rotation. We have N1 rotation. Oil pressure starting to build. Fuel flow. Hey, Porfirio Drons coming in with a subscription. Thank you so much, my friend. Really, really greatly appreciate that. Welcome to the MB crew. Hope you are enjoying yourselves so far. We just started engine number 2 on our 787 here. Let's bring engine number 1 over to the start position. Go. We have N2 rotation. N1 rotation, oil pressure starting to build. 20%, we will engage fuel flow.
Set parking brakes.
Alright. Sounds like we have 2 good engine starts there. Let's set our parking brakes for those guys.
Confirmation for good engine start.
We have a good engine start, so we will let them know.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
Let's get our beacons on now. We'll get our taxi lights on as well. Get the center pumps on. We'll get our balance on as well. We no longer need the APU, so we will turn the APU gens off. Get the APU shut down. Okay. Let's get flaps to 5 degrees. We will come out over our wings for that. Flaps to 5.
Unlocking gear.
Good old GSX making us bounce. I didn't see you did a very low approach. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I was focusing on getting our airplane prepared.
Bypass 10
So
removed.
10. We want 5. There we go.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
All right. Now we can get our auto throttle armed. Let's reposition this camera. Let's get it farther down. There we go. Wait, what was this? That was camera 3. Gosh darn it. Alright, we are good to go, everybody. Let's release our parking brake. Let's get on out of here. Big, heavy airplane, taking a lot to move. Might just go in a private jet. F-11's annoying. Alright, man. You choose whichever airplane you'd like. But away we go, everyone. Let's get to our departure runway and let's get out of here. Heading to Bangkok. We're going to turn left up here onto Echo 9. Turned off multiplayer? No, I did not. Yeah, see, we got other people over here, man. Am I sure the cat didn't turn multiplayer off? Yes, I am sure. If she did, then she is a absolute wonderful kitty, and we need to take her to a science museum immediately. All right. All right. Well, I hope everybody's having a fantastic start to their weekend. This lovely, lovely Friday. Today's the best day for you? Nice. Glad to hear it, man. Birthday party cool? Enjoy, man, enjoy. Right here is runway 31 left ahead of us here. But, Foot, I request that you please don't get in front of me on the runway and sit in front of me while we are preparing for departure. That is my only ask. Let me take the lead on this one. UAV, hello. Alright, we're gonna line up and wait. Is that its foot? Yes. Yes, it is. right. This looks like infinite flight. Yeah, it's just default scenery. Landing lights on. Runway turnoffs on. Strobes coming on. And we are ready to go, everybody. Let's go flying. Enjoy the departure in the Boeing 787-10. Throttle levers coming up. We're going to go 50% power. Or is it 60 on these? I think it's 60. But let's go. And takeoff power. There's 100 knots. Very long takeoff roll. B1. And rotate. And up we go. Boy, that was noisy. Gear up. Airspeed low. I know it's because auto throttle took over just after takeoff here. Thanks, everybody. USA East, Strikecraft, USA East. Let's get our range out here. Alright, let's get LNAV and VNAV on. Autopilot on. Okay. Awesome. Alright, flaps to 1, or, yep, flaps 1. Why is our auto throttle not behaving? Why is our autopilot not behaving in general? It's putting us in a very weird situation. Seriously? Alright, well, I will more than happily manage our airspeed or our throttle on our own for this flight. That's doable. Weird. You're not going to escort me, Armin? Rest in peace, 150 passengers? Nah, we'll be fine. Your 777-300 Emirates? Nice. Alright, flaps clean. Well, the autopilot's working. It just seems like the auto throttle was giving us a problem. Do I use FSLTL? Yes, but it's not connected right now just because we have multiplayer on. Let's get an outside view. Hey, Dad, what's up? Alright, let's get all of our lights off here. Wonder what happens if we get auto throttle on now. Seems to be working, but the light is... Oh, I see what it is. It's something to do with our airplane here. It for sure is. It's gotta be the Honeycomb yoke. Something is not allowing it to function properly. It's turning off our auto throttle, yep. Man, this Honeycomb yoke, let me tell ya. It is not very functional sometimes. That's all I have to say. But it seems to be working now. It's just kind of flashing like that. And whenever I click my right mouse button in, the auto throttle shuts off. So I'm thinking that it's something to do with the Honeycomb Quadrant. I just don't understand what. But if there's one thing I will say about this Honeycomb Quadrant is it's very finicky when it comes to certain airplanes, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So we're just not going to use auto throttle, and we will manage our throttles on our own. It's no big deal. It's more than doable. What is our climb power supposed to be here? $87.5. So let's get 87.5 dialed in here. Both our engines. Close enough, 87.6. Alright. How do you put auto throttle on the private jet? I don't know, man. I'm not too familiar with that airplane you're in. I am not sure. Well, alright. Everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me on this stream. Would really greatly appreciate that. And if you are new here and you are enjoying what you're seeing, please consider becoming a subscriber as well. We are heading to Bangkok, everybody, by way of Abu Dhabi. Yep, I see you over there, Rycraft. And feel free to load up into multiplayer and join us. You'll have to do a little bit of catch-up work, but I'm sure you can find us. This beautiful, beautiful airplane. Okay. Get our banking onto auto. Gotta get ourselves in standard altitude mode now. There we go. Okay. Cruising and bruising. Little bumpy up here. How do you manage without auto throttle? I don't know what you're asking me, Foot. You just gotta set your power levers to maintain a climb rate, maintain speed during your climb. You set a climb speed. General climb speeds are between like 60, or not 60. General climb speeds are generally 290 to 310. Like my climb speed right now is 310. And our climb rate for our thrust is 87.5, even though we have it set to 87.6, because I just wasn't going to mess around with trying to get it perfectly on the money. Gabriel, hello, my friend. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We are just passing above 24,000 feet, well 23,000 feet, because our flight data up there goes based off of not being in standard mode. Engines, let's get a general look, make sure that they look like they're doing okay, which they are. Oil pressure is looking good. Oil temperature is looking good. Oil quantity also looking fine. Fuel flow looking excellent as well. We have 85,700 pounds of fuel left, and our gross weight is still 506,500 pounds. So we are mighty heavy. Mighty, mighty heavy. Over DXB? No. At least I don't think so. No. Yeah, the graphics out here in the middle of the desert aren't exactly the most well represented, but I'm sure once we get out here and we get over India, everything will start to look much more swell. But no. Dubai International, I believe, is over here, if I'm correct. So we didn't really fly right over, but I believe it's right here, if I'm not wrong. Do I play Minecraft? I haven't played Minecraft in ages. Where's Dubai over here? Oh no. I don't fly over here very often. I'm not up to snuff on my geography. But I haven't played Minecraft in a very long time. I used to play all the time, but haven't in a while, man. But 491 knots on the ground speed. We are being helped out quite nicely by a 19-knot tailwind pushing us along. Our ground speed is going to be over 500 knots for sure. So that should definitely help us out with our airtime. What's my gamer tag? MechaGojira6611. Yes, MechaGojira6611. Keep that one close. Keep this one zoomed out to 80 miles. Well, no, we'll zoom this out to 320. There we go. Can you chat it? Not necessarily. I'm not gonna put, this is my private one, so you know I don't want to put it out there in the chat and get a million friend requests and loads of messages coming through my computer while we're flying here, because I believe my Xbox app is connected. No problem, man. No problem. Heathrow to Dublin? Alright, nice. Didn't feel like doing our 5-hour flight. But it is Mecha Gojira. There's Rycraft out there, following in close pursuit. You don't want to end at 7? Where's its foot? I think he left. He left the server. He didn't want to fly quite as long as us. He couldn't hang. You see me now? Good. Where are you? That's not you. That guy's been on the ground over there for quite a while. But now the scenery is starting to get a little bit better, especially as we approach out here in this mountainous terrain. Yeah, you see everything starting to load in. But Microsoft Flight Simulator's been doing that as of late. The ground scenery lately just really hasn't been doing too great. You have school? Oh my gosh. But we are well on our way to Bangkok, everybody. 5 hours total time to go. We are nearly at our cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. Let's just make sure we don't have any step twos that we need to be paying attention to here. We may. Yep, we do. We do have a step 2. We're going up to 370 at El Bab. Let's look at El Bab here. Come over here to our legs. Where is El Bab? Because that's when we go up to 370. Here it is. El Bab. Up to 370. Climb is looking good. Step 2. 370. Oh, it's not going to let us set that? That is ridiculous. Well, we'll just cruise. We'll change our cruising altitude once we get there, but it's not looking like it's going to let us do a step 2. That's alright. We'll do that on our own once we get to El Bab. We still have quite a while until we get there anyway. El Bab is way off out there in the distance. So, only 1,000 feet to go until we reach our cruising altitude, everybody. We are cruising and bruising like you wouldn't imagine. You have a problem with every 747 approach you do. It never follows the flight plan. Why is that? Hope there's another multiplayer stream. Oh yeah, man. You gotta go. Alright, Farmer. Take care, my friend. Yeah, right, Craftman. We're definitely going to be doing more multiplayer streams. They will be announced in the Discord, so keep a lookout in the Discord. They will be part of the video title. And then at the end, it never follows the ILS. That's probably because you don't have the nav radios set up in the FMC. So the 747 isn't like an Airbus or anything like that. So it's not going to automatically put your ILS nav radios. At least the one in Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't. So you're going to have to go into your FMC and set your nav radios to intercept the ILS frequency, and then enter in the ILS course in there, and then it should latch on to the localizer once you put the localizer frequency in there. If you don't do that, your airplane will not follow the ILS. Like some airplanes, for instance. Some airplanes, for instance, like the PMDG 737, or a 737 in general down here, you'll have the nav radios that you can select over here. This airplane doesn't have that. We don't have that available to us, so what we have to do is come down here to our FMC, and where it says NavRad, you gotta click on that, and you see this is where, see, our information's already in here, but except the course. So you see that's where you gotta enter in your course. We have ILS 19 left, and then there is our localizer frequency. So if we check our chart for the ILS, we will see that that is the correct frequency, 110.5, or decimal 5, and then the course is 1905. So if we enter that in... What do you mean invalid entry? Oh, 1905, that's going to put our course in for us, so the airplane will know where to follow during the ILS approach. 787 FMC is digital? Yes. Yes, it is. But, yes. So, hit nav radio right there, at least in the 787. The 747, I don't exactly have that FMC memorized as to where the location of the nav radios are, but that's how you get it all set up. If you don't get any of that set up, the airplane will not follow the ILS. The Airbus does all that automatically for you, and a lot of the Boeings, you need to set that all up. My goodness, why are we getting all this? All this sound up here, man. Restart FSRealistic. I think FSRealistic was kind of bugged out there. There we go. Still giving us all that sound. What is all that noise? We have our general turbulence sound turned all the way down. Windshield's gonna smash out? I hope not. We have all that sound, man. What is that? It's not the ground... Why? It wouldn't be ground roll. If I disable that, the sound goes away. General turbulence, the sound is turned all the way down. We're just getting all this shaking, and I have no idea why. I mean, I don't mind it, it's just kind of annoying. Not airport airflow, not airport ambience. Huh. Interesting. It's like a raining sound? No, it sounds like shaking to me. I mean... Wouldn't surprise me if it's just a bug with FSRealistic, to be honest with you. Well, it's no big deal. What's the thing called? Radio nav? Yeah, let's say rad nav. On the FMC. Like I said, in the 747, I forget off the top of my head where it is, but it's definitely, it's either going to be in the radio tab on the FMC, or you'll see rad nav, or it might even be in the nav tab. I mean, I forget off the top of my head, like I said, but it's there, and you need to make sure that you have that selected. Well, I think I know the reason why. We're going very fast. We are going very fast, so I'm thinking we're going to have to tune down the throttles just a little bit here, and I think that's what's giving us our shaking. So let's get the airplane slowed down here. Going Mach 0.9. So that might be why. I bet once we slow down to a more acceptable speed, That might be the overspeed shaking. That's what that noise might be. And if so, that would make sense. You're gonna buy the 747 liveries? Nice. Enjoy them. If the nav thing works, it should. It should. Once you get that sorted, the airplane should fly the ILS no problem. Yeah, see, now that we're slowing down, the shakings have gone away. That's what it was. Because we can't have auto throttle on the airplane. What happens if we try to click it on right now? Oh, seems to be working all right now. It's not flashing anymore. And I just installed the most recent version of the Heavy D7872 and didn't really have an issue, so not exactly sure what that was about, but yeah, the shaking stopped now. We were just having the airplane go dangerously fast. That's what was causing that. What do I put in nav? You gotta put your localizer frequency in there. You gotta put the course of the ILS. You gotta grab all that information, my friend. Where's that? That would be on your chart. You gotta grab that off the charts, man. On SimBrief, it might be. It might be, I'm not sure. I've never grabbed it from there before. Let me see if it is. No, I don't think it is. I mean, like I said, I have Navigraph, and Navigraph you can grab your charts off of there and it'll give you all those frequencies. I'm sure you could probably grab it off of just doing a general search of the internet. But yeah, I'm looking through the SimBrief flight plan and I'm not seeing anything about it. About the ILS frequencies or anything like that. So generally you'll grab that information from your chart. And I can show you what that looks like right now. Okay. So, this right here. This is a SimBrief chart. I'll make it a little bit bigger so you can see. Or not a SimBrief chart. This is a Navigraph chart. Alright. So this is your ILS approach into Bangkok, Thailand at our airport. Victor Tango Bravo Sierra. And up here, you'll see localizer, ISEN, or some of them will say frequency. That's what you need. So 110.5 is the frequency for your localizer. And then your final approach course will be 1000 or 195 degrees, and then it's telling you what altitude you need to be at this waypoint to get established on the localizer and grab the glide scope and everything. And then that all kind of gets mapped out right here. So you see at Lemon right here is where you will grab onto the localizer and the glide scope, and it kind of gives you your altitude information here as well. So, I mean, I'm sure you can, and that goes for everything. So this is the airport right here. So this is how I know where to taxi. Gives you all your taxiing information, your runway lengths, runway headings, all your ATIS information for the airport. This is the arrival. So this is how I know where to descend and what altitudes to be on and everything like that. I'm always referencing these. See, it'll tell you here of different speeds you need to be at, max 250 at or below 10,000 unless authorized. I mean, that's normal. You know, different courses, different track headings. This was our departure, but we can get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So, I mean, Navigraph is it's one of those tools that if you're going to be flying I don't want to say appropriately, because that's not the term, but if you want to fly as realistic as you possibly can, then having a Navigraph subscription and getting access to all those charts is really going to be the way to go, my man. But, like I said, you might be able to grab that right off of Google or something. I've never really tried myself. Alright, let's get tunes going, shall we? Why'd my camera stop? Camera, hello? Uh-oh. I think I know what happened. It became unplugged. Bear with me a second, everybody. The camera will be coming back. Ooh, looked on YouTube, nobody made a tutorial. Yeah, I mean, it's... Is the plane freeware the one that I'm using? The Heavy Division mod is. The actual 787 comes with the... I forget what version of the simulator. It's not the stock version, though, unfortunately. Alright, just getting the camera all set back up here. There we go. Can I send the link? Just go on Google and just type in Heavy Division 787. That's all you gotta do, and it should bring you right to it. What on earth is this? 510 knots on the cruise speed right now. Lovely, giving us 4 hours and 48 minutes left to go. Remember guys, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. I would really greatly appreciate that. get this stream up to as many likes as possible. We are currently sitting at 19, so thank you so much, everybody. And if you're new here, you are enjoying what you are seeing, please consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Our goal is to get to 750 subscribers. That's our next milestone goal, and we are getting closer and closer, everybody. We are currently sitting at 683. So 750 is just around the corner. Only 67 more needed, everybody. 67 subscribers needed. So thank you so much, everybody, of course, for your continued support throughout our journeys on this channel and our journeys across the virtual skies together. It's really, really greatly appreciated. This channel is growing much faster than I ever thought it would. And it's just absolutely amazing, so thank all of you. If it weren't for you guys, I mean, you guys keep me going, so I obviously wouldn't be streaming to myself, so much love to all of you, and give yourselves all a fabulous round of applause. If you send me the link, you can't find it? Sure. Oh my gosh. That was from when I make my U-boat series. Let's see. Heavy Division 787. Literally, when I type that into Google, it is the first link. There you go. On the 777, is it ILS itself? No, it does not. You always have to make sure you go in there and check and make sure that the frequencies are right and that the course is right in there. Always have to make sure. At least not on the 747. I mean, it might do it automatically on the Asobo. I mean, I don't know. I have, like I said, I have the salty 747. And on the salty 747, you do need to go into the FMC and check on the nav radios, and same thing with the 777 as well. You can't find it on SimBrief? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be located there, man. You need to either search it on Google, which you probably can, honestly. When, you know what runway you're going into, when SimBrief gives you that information, just simply click on, or go on Google and just search, you know. For instance, what we would do is we would do VTBS ILS runway 37 chart, or approach frequency, or localizer frequency, or something like that, and that should give you the information that you need. All right. Alright, distance to go, 2,457 nautical miles, 2,302 nautical miles to go until we reach our top of descent. And we gotta remember that once we reach Albeb out here, we do have to step up to 370 according to our flight plan here. Yep, Elbab. We don't really see it off here. Elbab is quite a while away. But right now it's telling us that our optimum cruising speed is actually Mach 0.86. So let's come over here to VNav and let's get our econ speed updated to 0.860. And it'll give us a little bit more speed here. It's not gonna let us... Okay, then. No big deal. We will just stick with where we are at for now. But alright, looks like we are going out over open water now, everybody. The exact body of water that we are flying over right now, I am not too sure. The Arabian Sea, alright. And then once we are done with the Arabian Sea, we're going to be flying over Gujarat, and then we will be crossing over India. Well, Gujarat is in India. So we'll be flying over India before we finally cross over the Bay of Bengal and on our way to Thailand. You found it? Nice. You found the ILS information, or you found the tutorial? I need to fill VOR and VOR left? No. You do not. It doesn't work? Mine's working. Do you have the premium deluxe version? If you have the premium deluxe version with the default 787, you should be good to go once you download the mod. That website is a bit tricky though, that github.com. You have to make sure that you're downloading the entire file. You may have accidentally only downloaded one like part of it. So if you go over to on GitHub, you should see releases, click on latest, which is 0.1.14, and then it should allow you to download the entire file right there. And yep, only 2.23 megabytes. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't change much. It only changes the FMC. Oh, yeah, that's why, yeah. So if you don't have the premium deluxe version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, then you don't have the default 787. And if you don't have the default 787, unfortunately, you will not be able to use the 787. The Heavy Division is just an improvement mod, but so it basically just makes the FMC more manageable, improves the flight characteristics, and that's pretty much all it does. It makes more switches over top clickable and everything. But yeah, unfortunately, you do need to have the premium deluxe version of MSFS downloaded. Yeah, I think maybe Game of the Year. I think maybe Game of the Year might, the Game of the Year edition might have the... It's one of the versions. The standard version of MSFS doesn't come with the 787, but I think either the deluxe, the next step up has it. Not sure if you can get it otherwise. I'm pretty sure the Game of the Year edition may be on Xbox Game Pass if you have that. The Game of the Year edition may have the 787 included, if I'm not mistaken. Do you fill in pre-select? No. And Abdul, welcome, my friend. I thought maybe the Game of the Year edition did come with the... Let me search that. I might be wrong. I mean, Game of the Year edition planes. Let's see. Game of the Year edition on Steam. Oh yeah, so maybe not. I'm not sure. It does say here that the Premium Deluxe is the only version of the game that comes with the 787, but I thought the Game of the Year edition was the Premium Deluxe, no? Or maybe the Game of the Year edition only comes with like the Pilatus and the F-18 and all that. I don't know. I'm confused by all of these different editions that they're coming out with, because now we're gonna have the 40th anniversary edition coming out soon and all that stuff. So who knows at this point? Guess who's back? Who's gonna borrow a car from relatives? Become its repair and cost is getting higher because we found one more problem. So it went from 1,700 euros to 2,000 euros. Oh, geez, Farm, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, automotive repairs aren't fun. I definitely can understand that. I've been pretty fortunate right now, luckily, to not have too many problems with any vehicles that I own. Very, very fortunate. Remember, everybody, if you are new here and you are enjoying the stream, please consider becoming a subscriber and turning on notifications for the channel so you can have access to more of our content like this and be notified whenever we go live. Most of our streams normally aren't long like this. Usually we save this for milestone specials, but I figured, you know what, today, why not? Let's do a nice long haul. Even though this technically isn't really considered too much of a long haul. But I said, you know what, let's do some 787 action. Let's get some practice with it. Not sure what airplane we're going to use yet by the time we hit 750 subscribers, which is our next milestone, which we are only 67 subscribers away from. So please, everybody, if you're new here, you'd be doing me a huge favor. Hit that subscribe button. It's absolutely free. No charge to you to hit that subscribe button. It only takes a button click. Sacrifice one click of the index finger or poke of the index finger on your smartphone or a tablet, whatever device you use to watch streams or watch any content. Would greatly appreciate that. Currently flying over the Arabian Sea right now. And also you can join my official Discord as well. The link just got posted there by Nightbot. The link is also in the description. Join the Discord, you'll get all of the streaming schedules. As soon as I schedule streams, I put those out there in the announcements and the days of which they will be taking place. And then also in the general chat, in the media chat, there is plenty of camaraderie going on there. So make sure you go ahead and join the Discord as well. Have access to all the newest information about the channel, any announcements that I might need to make if I need to postpone a stream or anything like that. You will be notified via Discord. That's the best place to stay up to date with the channel and any streams that we may be posting. The absolute best place for it. Like I said, for the 750 subscriber long haul special, I do not know what airplane we are going to be using. It's kind of going to be a tricky decision. I'm really hoping that FlyByWire releases their FlyByWire A380 relatively soon. Let's check their Discord here. See if they released any information. Don't see any updates here. I just want the A380, man. That's all I want. Please. They're teasing us more and more with more photos of everything that they have going on with it. So, man, I just really hope that we really get it soon. But, you know, everyone was saying, oh yeah, you can expect it by October, the end of October, and guess what, guys? The end of October is here. Ollie, hello, my friend, welcome. Or Ollie, hello. Sorry I missed your message initially. I was trying to search some news on the FlyByWire A380. Michael, it worked, thanks, no problem, Foot. Yeah, man, the nav radio, you need to make sure that you have that entered in, man. If you don't, your airplane will not fly the approach. It'll try, but that's how the localizer works. Especially, you know, because there's a difference between a localizer approach and an ILS as well. Localizer will just give you lateral guidance and get you lined up straight with the runway and won't give you any vertical guidance as well. So that's also something to remember. When you see something that's just a localizer approach, you know. It entered it for you. There you go. Nice. No problem, dude. Yes, we are all waiting on the A380 as well as the Quality Wing 7.8. Yeah. Yeah, man. The A380 I am more than excited for. I've been waiting. The A380 has been one of my favorite airplanes ever since I was a young little kid. And I've told this story before. In the old FSX days, I remember walking through Best Buy and coming across two airplanes in there. They were boxed add-ons with the CD, boxed payware for Microsoft Flight Simulator X back in like 2007 or 2008. And I can remember it being there. They were both of them. It was a developer called Abacus, or Abacus, however you say their name. They had the A380 there and the 787, and I remember being so excited for both of them. I just remember being enamored, like, oh my god, like, finally I can get a payware airplane, you know, like. And I bought it with my own money, and boy was I disappointed when I got home. If you've never seen the Abacus A380 or the Abacus 787, go on Google and just do a quick search of both of those payware aircraft for Flight Simulator X, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, because, whoa boy, they are, they're pretty bad, not going to lie. And the fact that I paid good money for that. Man. Heavy division is okay, but it's just okay. Yeah, you know, that's how I feel. We had a problem right after takeoff. We couldn't get our auto throttle to engage, so we had to kind of go via the method of the CRJ and manage our throttles ourselves, and we kind of got our climb going that way. But the auto throttle is on now and managing our speed pretty well. We've been sitting at around 510, 512 knots on the ground speed for quite a while. We have 4 hours and 24 minutes to go here until we reach Bangkok. Now, this isn't in real time, everybody, like I explained before. And the only reason being is because I live on the other side of the world, on where Thailand is, and where Abu Dhabi is. So, there's a big time difference. So, you know, I turned back the time a little bit and took off out of Abu Dhabi at about 11 a.m., maybe 11:45 a.m. or noon-ish. So we'll be landing in Bangkok probably just at sundown. Well, yeah, I agree with you. The heavy division is just okay. I mean, it flies fine. Hey, if you want to fly the 787, I definitely think it's more than viable, for sure. But yeah, waiting on more products for sure. PMDG waiting on their 777 and their 74. Waiting on classic airliners, man. Classic airliners are my favorite, so, you know, that's 737-200, that's 727 for sure, 737 Classic even. You know, there's a lot of airplanes that I think we are all patiently waiting for, and they're going to be getting around the corner rather soon. I mean, Bluebird is releasing their 75. Oh, man. PMDG 777, yeah. And the 74, you know, it's all about patience, you know, and the simulator's been out for going on 3 years now, so we are waiting on all of those airplanes, all of them. I forget, I think Microsoft and Asobo released a statement, and they said that there was over 200 payware aircraft or various aircraft, both payware and freeware, being developed for the simulator. And I think they said something like 102 of them have been officially announced to Microsoft, meaning Microsoft knows what the airplane is that's being worked on. The public doesn't know on some of them. However, there's about 100 or so more that Microsoft doesn't know what the airplanes are yet. So, that being said, we potentially have 200 airplanes on the way to the simulator around the corner in the next year or so. I know Bluebird said their 757 will be ready in 2023, probably the first quarter of 2023. And there was a developer named FLT Designs, or FL Designs, I forget, FLT Designs. He was working on a Boeing 727, and I was following his Discord, but unfortunately, I think his Discord may have gone defunct because I am no longer able to find it. Because when I search FLT Designs 727, the last update we got was from his YouTube channel 9 months ago. And yeah, we really haven't had anything since, so I'm thinking that it possibly may have gotten canceled. FYE, the FLT 727 is canceled. What date is this as of? This is on Reddit. This was 11 months ago. Yeah, so he completely canceled the development of the 727, it seems, which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate, man. Let's see what this says. Oh no, June 1st, we did get a look at the aircraft, the cockpit. So who knows at this point, guys? I mean, really. When I picked the ILS approach, it put the nav radio for me. Nice, there you go. You should always double check though, because I promise, Foot, every now and then it doesn't do it. Always make sure to check. Always double check. If it quadruple checked, yeah. Always, man. Always. Right before you're about to get established on the ILS, man, always look. Always. You never know if you have a pesky co-pilot that's going to change the frequencies on you. I'm talking from experience. But you guys know my luck with the 7.4. The last couple of times we've flown it, it's actually treated us okay. So, I mean, I can't really say anything about it now. 2,257 nautical miles to go. We've flown about 600 nautical miles already. 2,104 nautical miles until we descend. We come over here to our leg page. We are going to be descending at... Looks like we have 36, 89... 20, 270, 300. Yeah, so we are going to be increasing our cruising altitude to 370 and about 800 nautical miles. So we've still got quite a while to go, but we're going to be going up to 370. But we are currently cruising over the Arabian Sea. The simulator is performing spectacularly. Do you need to press lock when descending? No, I would put approach mode on. So right when you're about to turn onto final, right before you hit that point, turn on approach mode, and that'll get you established on the localizer. And then also any glide scope as well. That's all you gotta do. My favorite aircraft in the sim at the moment is the 737 by PMDG, or wanting the 737-200 by Milviz. Should be fun to have a nice retro plane. It reminds me of the first flight was in the 737-200 that you can remember. Nice. Yeah, man, I was just saying, it's a shame, really, because Captain Sim, you know, what they've turned into as a developer is just really sad, man. The quality products that they used to put out, I mean, they weren't the best on the planet, right? But at least they looked beautiful, and the amount of attention to detail that Captain Sim would put into their airplanes used to be phenomenal. And they did. They had a 707, a 727, they had a 737-200, they had a 100, the C-130J. And now they're releasing all of their... They're releasing the C-130. They released it without a cockpit, which is just absolutely insane to me. Like, what is this? Flight Simulator 2002, man? Flight Simulator 2004? Like, we're seriously releasing airplanes without virtual cockpits still? Like, what the f... Like, why? Like, catch up with the times, man. Remember, everybody, hit that like button for me if you haven't done so already, and if you are new here and you are enjoying the channel, please consider becoming a subscriber. Would really, really greatly appreciate that. Our next subscriber goal is 750, everybody. 750 is what we are looking for next. And once we hit 750, we will be doing another long-haul special. And we'll be making that a group flight as well. That's insane. I haven't touched Captain Sim, even though you're tempted with the 777. The 777 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, this simulator right here, stay away, man. Stay away. Waste of money. Unfortunately, before I upgraded my PC, and well, I can't even say upgrade the PC, before I bought a new PC that could handle Microsoft Flight Simulator in general, the newest version, I played on the Xbox, my Series S. And unfortunately, I fell for the 777 that's in the marketplace, and I saw Captain Sim. Hey, I know Captain Sim. I have their 777 and FSX. I have their 737 and FSX. I have their C-130. You know, I'm the reliable developer. I didn't read the reviews first. I didn't think I had to. You know, you would think a developer that's been making airplanes for Flight Simulator for a decade, you know, you built trust with them. You wouldn't have to read the reviews on their products. Boy, I wish I would have. Because as soon as you entered the cockpit, you immediately knew something was wrong. Because the ECAMs, all your engine instruments, they're from the 747. The ECAMs were showing 4 engines, like with fuel flow and everything like that, but only 2 of them were running. They literally just... They took the 747, all of its flight characteristics, all of its flight dynamics, and they pasted a 747, a 777 body on top of it. That's what they did. In 2002 and 04 have cockpits. Captain Sib is in the 1990s. I know, man. I know. This is it, the immersion killer. Flight is still doing pretty well. We are pretty decently far over the Arabian Sea, about halfway across, as we make our way to Bangkok. India is straight ahead of us. We might have land sight already. Not yet. We should be having sight of the land soon. I am going to use the restroom very quickly, everybody. My coffee is starting to go right through me. And like I said, everybody, please hit that like button for me on this stream. Would really greatly appreciate it. If you are enjoying the music, enjoying the stream, enjoying our chats, really please hit that like button, as well as consider becoming a subscriber to the channel. Become part of the MB crew. We are currently sitting at 684, which means we only have 64 more to go. 64 more subscribers to go, everybody, until we reach, or I lied, 66 more subscribers to go until we reach our next milestone goal of 750. So please, everybody, please, if you wouldn't mind, hit that subscribe button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. Do you fly on VATSIM or just multiplayer? So, multiplayer every now and again. Usually I just fly to myself with FSLTL engaged. When it comes to VATSIM, I have flown on the network personally a few times. I haven't done it on stream just yet. And the main reason why is I haven't had a lot of time to practice. Really, the only time I play Microsoft Flight Simulator is when I stream it as of lately. So, you know, I haven't really had a lot of practice. I'm fine with on the ground, getting takeoff clearance, going over to, ooh, bless you. I'm fine with once we take off and getting over to departure and getting up to cruise. It's just descending and getting onto approach that I haven't had practice with yet. Because when I get to practice here, none of the airports that I have interest in flying to, or any of the airports that I'm familiar with, never have any controllers on when I have time to practice. So I'd rather go to an airport and fly to an airport that has VATSIM coverage. And I tried to do it. Like I said, the second time I flew on the network, we got up and out okay. We didn't have any coverage during the flight. When we got towards the airport, I called in, let them know I was with them. They acknowledged, and just when I was starting to descend and get my way there, the controller logged off, and I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, you know, so that's kind of what I've been struggling with. So maybe, you know, this weekend I don't have any streams scheduled just yet, and only because I have a busy weekend ahead of me here. If I do have any streams this weekend, they will be scheduled tonight, and they'll probably end up being later Saturday and Sunday, so keep a lookout for that, everybody. Like I said, not exactly sure of the times on that yet. But anyways, you're new on VATSIM too? Nice, man. Yeah, man, and it's just all about getting comfortable on the radio and building up your confidence. You know what I mean? That's really what it's about. Is if I'm not comfortable going on there and talking, that I'm not going to be having a good time. I'm going to be nervous and stressed out, and it's just, obviously, I mean, it's silly to say you're going to get stressed out over a virtual air traffic controller, over VATSIM, you know what I mean? But as a flight simmer, if you take it seriously like I do, especially, you know, it was a dream of mine to become a pilot for so long, so if you take something like flight sim seriously, you know, you want to do your best. So, and that's why I really won't go on VATSIM on stream and go on there and just not look like I don't know what I'm doing. You know. So, alright. Give me about 2 minutes, everybody. I need to use the restroom, so don't go anywhere. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a beverage. I'm going to put restroom break up here. Camera's going to go off for a second, and I will be right back. I have returned. Look at this airplane, man. Still doing crazy good on the speed, 514 knots on the ground speed. We are moving. Have you got the sound mod for this plane? Yes. I have the FT Sim sounds installed. The Gen X engine sounds. I pretty much have his sound pack for every airplane I fly. Burner, hello! Hey Mike, when you read this, I have left already. LOL, currently in 5th period. Alright, man. Enjoy school, buddy. Thanks for popping in, appreciate that. FT Sim, that's the one that makes it more realistic. Yep, I agree. I agree. Definitely good sounds, man. You need a good sound pack to make an airplane immersive. If you think about it, if you guys remember the default sounds that used to come with FSX, man, where all your airplanes sounded the same. You know, the 747 sounded the same, the 737 sounded the same. They all sounded like each other. They used the same sounds, the same sound pack for their airplanes. I think FS2000 to FSX. It was like a hairdryer, exactly. It didn't even sound like a jet engine. I don't know what they were using for that, or where they even got any idea to put a sound like that for an aircraft. I mean, their propeller airplanes didn't sound too bad, like the Cessnas and, you know, the de Havilland Beaver and, you know, an FSX. They didn't sound too terrible, but as far as the airliners went and the commercial jets, it was like, where did you record that? Especially the CRJ 700 from FSX. It's like, where did you even get those sounds, man? Like, what even is that? My goodness. Boy, have we come a long way. Last of the coffee. My oh my, have we come a long way, man. Let's see if we can find anything about the PMDG release date. So, here's what PMDG has to say. The plan is to bring both the 747 and the 777 to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Work on this will begin once all 4 737 next generation variants have been released. They said this on May 11th. Though it is not clearly in exactly which order the 747 and 777 will be brought over, now that PMG has experience with getting the 737 into Microsoft Flight Simulator, I expect that work on the 747 and 777 will proceed more smoothly, with help from Asobo to continue to make the simulator more welcoming to complex aircraft developers. It may speed things up even more. Alright. So apparently the 777 is going to come first. So the 777, they're saying early 2024. So, based on what I just saw right there, I mean, who knows how true that is, but yeah. Damn, that's a long wait. Yes, it is. Early 2024, guys, or end of 2023. So we have over a year until we see the 777. But luckily, we will finally have a study level long haul, 2 study level long haul airplanes making their way to the simulator soon. That be in the light of the A380 by FlyByWire and the Anybuilds A310 that is also releasing in a couple of weeks. November 11th, right? I believe. Alright, I need to open this window behind me here. Get some more natural light in here. 2 seconds. Is the A310 flown commercially anymore? Yeah, I think there's still a few examples in the Middle East or maybe Africa that are still flying. Not sure what airlines. I know Josh Cahill or Cahill, however you say his name. He just flew on one recently. Oh my god, I'm messing with my camera settings here. Yeah, Josh Cahill, however you say it. Just flew on one of them recently. Whoa! I feel like I'm on Wayne's World. But yes, he did just fly on a A310 recently. Not sure what airline it was with. But we can find out. Let's quick Google search. I know a lot of them are freighters still. List of A310 operators. In operation there is 11 currently by various private governments, executives, and private airplanes. Yep, Ariana Afghan Airlines has 1 in operation. Asia Sky Airlines has 1 in operation. Iran Air has 1. Iran Air Tours has 2. Mahan Air has 10. Wow, so there's quite a lot of A310s in service still. It's exciting to know. Royal Jordan Air has 1. Tehran Airlines has 1. ULS Cargo Airlines has 3. So in total, there's 31 A310s in active service out of 300 or 255 that were ever built. So that's not too terrible, man. That's a good amount. A good amount out there still. More than I was expecting. I've only flown on once in 1986, Swiss Air from Heathrow to LSGG for school skiing trip. Nice. I've never flown on a wide body before. I've only ever flown on A320s, A321s, and various 737s. I actually did get the chance to fly on a 737 Classic with Southwest Airlines quite a few years back now, probably like 6 or 7 years ago now at this point. But I was super surprised when I saw that I would be getting a chance to fly on a classic 737. You can tell because our airplane, one, didn't have winglets, which I thought was extremely interesting. Geneva, yeah, I'm not too familiar with all my codes. I know a good amount of them, but some of them I don't know off the top of my head. But, yeah, Southwest Airlines, I flew on a 737-400 with them. It's like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. And, of course, you know you're on a classic when you look at the covers for the flaps. The flap gear motors, if you look at those covers, the classic series are shaped like cones, whereas now they're more squared off. So as soon as I saw that airplane pull up to the gate when I was waiting to board and I saw the cone-shaped flap covers, I was kind of like, oh, is that a classic? No way. Then let me tell you, that airplane was rickety and shaky and old, and it smelled. And when I looked at that actual airplane, I saw the tail number on the side from the terminal and looked up the tail number from the terminal. The particular 737-400 that we flew on was built in like I forget. It was in the 80s. It was in the 80s, the late 80s, 1989. It was probably one of the first several 737-400s that came off the line, to be honest with you. Back, alright, Burner, what's up, my man? Yeah, it was, like I said, it was old inside, and the sound quality, meaning the level of sound from inside the cabin when you were at cruise was just ear-shattering and compared to today's standards. And unfortunately, we were stuck way in the back of that airplane. Because, of course, if anyone's flown Southwest Airlines before, you need to make sure you check in to get a good boarding group. And on that particular occasion, I forgot all about it and was only about 30 minutes late on checking in 24 hours beforehand, and being a half hour late in instances like that on Southwest Airlines means you're going to be in boarding group D. And that was the boarding group that I was in. So I was probably like the third or fourth from the last row. So the noise back there was deafening. But luckily, that was on a layover. So we flew from my home airport to BWI, and then BWI on to MCO, Baltimore to Orlando. So luckily, we didn't sit in the back for too long. But, yeah. Three hours and 50 minutes to go, everybody. We should be starting to see the Indian coastline now from our flight deck. Yep, there it is. That's India in front of us, everybody. We're gonna cross all of India. And then we are gonna go over the Bay of Bengal. And then over the Andaman Sea, and then straight into, straight into Bangkok. And this is a real-world flight, everybody. This is a real-world op that Etihad performs. I will catch you later, hopefully, for the landing. Happy cruise over the ocean. Thanks, Ollie. Really appreciate that, my friend. Hope you can make it back for the landing as well. Like I said, that's going to be in about probably 3 hours and 45 minutes or so. So, hope to see you soon, my friend. Thanks for tuning in. 2,014 nautical miles to go. Estimated time of arrival, 12:56 Zulu time. If we look at the time right now, it is currently 9:03 a.m. Zulu time, so that's in another 3 hours or so it's going to be having us land. So we'll probably be getting into Bangkok probably right around 6 p.m. their time, so the sun will probably just be going down. So, but coast of India is fastly approaching us there, and then we get to enjoy some views of the ground scenery of India from up above, and then we'll be, once we're crossing the entire of India, we are going all the way across. All the way across. Going right over Nagpur. Foot, what's up? Yeah, you mentioned that you're doing that flight, and I hope it works for you, man. Hope it does. The ILS should work for you perfectly fine. Like I said, just really be sure that you check the nav radio screen and make sure that your nav radios are set to the localizer frequency. The most important thing, man. Just before you're about to turn on to final. You see magenta diamonds? That's a good thing. That means that you... So if you're seeing the magenta diamonds already, that means you are already getting close to the airport, and you're going to get vertical guidance. And the way that you'll know when you get established on the localizer is over here when you turn approach mode on. In the 777, I mean in the 787, it's over here. But when you turn approach mode on, that will come up here, and then once you get established on the localizer, it will say LOC, L-O-C, or LOC. Sometimes it has a star next to it, sometimes it doesn't, and when you get established, it should flash or a box will come up around it, and then you'll notice the airplane start to turn. Boeing 787 does it automatically? Yes. Some of the airplanes do not. I know for a fact that the 777 doesn't, I'm pretty sure. At least not in all instances. I've had it where it hasn't... It did it on stream, believe it or not. When we were doing 2 777 flights, one of the legs, we couldn't get the airplane established, and we hand flew the approach. And then right when I put the Be Right Back sign up when we were sitting at the gate, I went and checked our nav radio screen, and it was not put in correctly. So that's why I always say just double check, double check, double check. I'm not sure if it's a Microsoft Flight Simulator problem or what, but do you turn VNav off? No. Nope. You will keep all of that on. Unless you, I mean, you can if you want to do a managed descent. But nope, once you turn approach mode on, it will take care of everything for you. It will automatically start lining you up and descending to keep you on with the glide path. No need to turn and mess with any of that. It should turn VNav off automatically. No problem, Foot, no problem. Like I said, I always take the ILS, man. Like, take the ILS when you can get it. Why wouldn't you? Well, we never turned off the fasten seatbelt signs for everybody, so let's get that turned off. Here we go. Now people can comfortably walk around. Oops, someone just used the restroom. It's working? Nice. There you go. No problem, Foot, no problem. You saved my life? Alright. Yeah, the one thing with the 747 is just be careful. Because sometimes it'll kind of put you in too harsh of a descent, and it kind of gets your speed out of whack, so watch your speed, watch your altitude, and you should be good, man. That's all you gotta do. Watch your speed, make sure you're within range of VREF, and you should be all set. And remember not to close the throttles too early. Anywhere between 50 and 30 feet, depending on where your speed is. Close the throttles too early, you'll lose too much lift, and then you will slam down. You don't put lock on. If you have approach mode on, then you don't press lock at all. Lock would be for just localizer only. If you needed to get established on the localizer, it'll turn you onto the localizer and line you up with the runway, but it won't give you any vertical guidance. So that's just a localizer approach. No glide scope or glide path assistance. Approach mode will do everything for you. So once you turn on approach mode, there's nothing else you will need to turn on. And then eventually you will notice your auto throttle will come up to the point of where you can manage your own speed. It will not do the speed for you. It will up to a certain point, but once you get on final, you need to set VREF as the speed, and the airplane will get to VREF for you, and that's when you start putting your flaps up and everything, or flaps down, and you know. It's actually working good. Now go in there and get that butter, man. And then there's India, everybody. Under 280? Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a big, heavy airplane, you know? You're gonna wait for the PMDG 777? I would. Unfortunately, yeah, don't get the one in the marketplace, man. It's not worth the money. If it was cheaper, I'd say go for it. If it was like $5, $10, I would say go for it. But for the price it's at now, man, it's just not worth it. It really isn't. It really isn't. $3, is it? Yeah, 15. Yeah, and even then, man, that's still a little bit much. $10. $10 is the maximum amount of money I would spend on that. But you're better off waiting for the PMDG. But you know, we were just reading an article Ollie and I were just talking about that, and the PMDG 777 isn't scheduled to release until late 2023, man. So we still got a while, or maybe even early 2024. So we still have a long time to wait until we are able to get the PMDG 777 in our hangar. Even my cat can make a better 777. Yeah, she's right here. You can't really see her. She's right here, though. You can see her a little bit. You can see her legs moving and her head. Snoozing away, as kitties do. 2023 WoW might buy from the market. Just be warned about the one in the marketplace. Oh, yeah. You know, PMDG did say that they are waiting to, or that they are currently in the works of developing the 737 for the Xbox. So keep a lookout, man. Keep a lookout. Not exactly sure when they are going to be dropping it exactly, but they did say that they are working on it. Can't wait until 2024. I know it. PMDG cares about Xbox. Well, it's a big market, man. That'll make them more money if they release it out there, because the one great thing about Microsoft Flight Simulator coming out for the Xbox is that it enables people that don't have monstrously powerful PCs to be able to play. You know? It's just, the Xbox is just it's just a different way of programming airplanes. So you're about to land? Nice, go for it. You have a good PC? Nice. Good luck with your landing, my friend. Good luck with your landing. Remember, everybody, if you are new here and you are enjoying the stream, please consider becoming a subscriber and hitting that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. Every subscription counts, friends. Every subscription counts. We are on our way to 750 subscribers. Once we hit 750, we will be doing a big old long haul subscriber special, and we'll do it as a group flight as well. Let's hit that 1,000. Lay the house. What's going on, my man? Welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Let's hit that 1,000. Really hoping so, man. Really hoping so. I'm so happy with how well the channel is performing. Do live streams count towards your watch time? Yes, they do. Yep, I have met all of the YouTube guidelines for becoming a partner and getting the super chat and all that stuff and memberships, and I have met all of those requirements. So besides the subscribers, that's it. You should probably start doing that. Yeah, man, definitely. I'm over like 10,000 watch hours at this point, and you only need what, 4,000 to meet the monetization deal. Like I said, and obviously, like becoming monetized isn't exactly my main goal. It'll just enable super chat and make it easier for people to donate if they wish, and of course donations are always greatly appreciated. Not required, but you know, when it comes to getting different airplanes and everything like that, and getting different different hardware and upgrading the PC, the donations will go a long way in helping with that. So you know, that would be really the only reason why I'd ask anybody to consider donations, and that's why their donations are considerations and not begs. You know what I mean? You have 98. You'll probably buy the 777 on Christmas. Nice. If it drops, yeah, we'll see, man. We are a long way from that, though. Where do I put Legacy on? I forget exactly where it is. It's in Flight Model. I think it might be in General Options, and then Flight Model will be one of the options there. You have like 900? Well, yeah, man. Start live streaming and do nice long live streams, and every second that people log in counts. Especially when you do these long ones, you know, if you have someone hang out with you for an hour, you know what I mean? That's an hour towards the watch time. Plus putting out other content as well, like we did our first American Truck Simulator stream yesterday. That was a fun one. I also put out a new U-boat series, so you can watch that as well if that's something that you're into. Submarine Simulator. You always have you up in the background. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Looks like you're gaining 5 hours from me today. Thanks, but yeah, like I said, you know, over and over again, really, you guys are what keeps me going in this, you know, and my audience is really, if it weren't for you guys, man, none of this would be possible. I never expected to, especially as a flight sim streamer, you know what I mean? It's such a niche and such a small market and community as far as content creation goes, and I'm not the kind of guy that's going to create the kinds of content that you see on YouTube nowadays of people pranking people or prank channels or clickbait titles and all that stuff. That's not me, you know what I mean? I just kind of feel like so many content creators on YouTube nowadays are all the same. And the reason why I say that is because the kind of content that they make is what gets the clicks, and the more clicks they get is the more money they make, and the more ads that run, and the more watch time, and which I completely understand. It's a career, it's a job, you know what I mean? It's what they have to do to make money, you know? But I'm not the kind of guy that's going to make that kind of content and literally stage things going wrong, and you know, that's kind of the thing that kind of is the most annoying about a lot of those YouTube channels out there, you know, is so much of that stuff is staged. It's not real. And that's not me. I'm not into making content like that, and I never will be. That's why some people are like, oh, make a TikTok and do TikToks. I'm like, TikTok, man. I am going to be a 28-year-old man. I don't have time for TikTok. Feel the same, you know. I mean, believe me, there's plenty of YouTubers that I watch. A lot of them are educationally related, though, like the Infographics channel, 7-4 Gear. I watch a lot of education stuff. Another good channel I like is called The Proper People. That's about Urbex. And I'm really into Urbex. I mean, I don't do it myself personally, but you know, that's the kind of stuff I watch. Something that I can learn from, you know what I mean? I kind of feel like I'm always learning. I'm always absorbing more information. And that's really what I enjoy when it comes to what I watch, you know? Anything I can learn from, I will always be down to watch. That, and if I come across a YouTuber that's got a similar personality to me, and my personality is out there. My personality is what you would call interesting. And if you guys haven't gotten that from me, from watching my videos, then, or watching my streams, then you should work on your people skills. But I always try to bring the best version of myself to these streams, you know what I mean? I'm just a very level-headed, cool-headed guy, you know? Forgot I gotta do like a 20-minute ILS approach, too many round things. What do you mean? You should really turn towards your approach about 20 miles out. 15, 20 miles out, depending on the approach. Circles. Oh, and the holding patterns? That's probably what you're flying in right now. Alright, everybody, in a few minutes here, I am going to take a quick food break. It is coming up on lunchtime here, so gonna get some food in me, as I usually do on these longer flights. Because normally our streams run for about 3 hours and 3 hours and 15 minutes, and this flight is almost double that, so this is probably going to be around a 7-hour stream today. We have 3 hours and 28 minutes to go. So that's going to bring us right up to about 6 hours. But then you got to remember they're slowing down and doing the replays and all that stuff. So we'll probably be floating right around 7 hours today. And my stomach is starting to rumble a little bit. But we are approaching the halfway point in this journey in about another half hour or so, 35 minutes. I think we will be considered about halfway through. Down to our left, down there is Morbi, India. Down here. Morbi. Oops. And we are approaching Surendranagar is a couple of hundred nautical miles ahead of us. Ahmedabad is also going to be coming up on our left. Nagpur, we're going to be flying right over Nagpur. Find out where we need to step up. Here's Elbab out here. Elbab is when we will be increasing our cruising altitude to 37,000 feet. So that's still quite a while. We still got to cruise almost over the whole of India. Elbab is located just outside Bardula or Nagari. So still got some time. Remember, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. I know I say that so much, but you know, I figured I will just continue to put that out there. Get the YouTube algorithm going. It would really help my channel grow. Just flew over EM Airport. ILS starts here. I mean circles. Alright, everybody, quick food break. Don't go anywhere if you are here. I won't be gone very long. Maximum 15-20 minutes. So I am going to put this text box up that just says food break. Go. Just put that up there in the text box. Let me, oops, center that horizontally. Transform, center horizontal. There we go. And then I will pin that message from foot as well. Alright, I will be right back, everybody. Like I said, give me about 15-20 minutes. Just need to get some grub in me. Enjoy the view of India. We'll even put it outside. There we go. Alright, everybody. I will be right back. Bear with me. Turn the music up just a little bit more, too. Alright, BRB. Alright everybody, I have returned. Just gotta get myself positioned here. Give me a sec. Oh, just had to get my camera reset. Okay. Awesome. Let's get back inside the flight deck here and see what we have going on. So we got 1,603 nautical miles to go. Top of our descent is at 1,456. So still well on our way. Who do we have in the chat? Anybody still hanging out? Did I lose anybody during my food break? Speaking of which, I gotta take that off of there. There we go. Alright. We are doing absolutely wonderful, cruising along wonderfully. Actually, let's check inside here real quick. We have a 21 knot tailwind pushing us right from behind. Ground speed of 522 knots, so we are absolutely zooming across the sky. And that is India below us. Let's see any cities we may be flying over currently. Looks like that is Anjad on our right. We are also about to pass Kargon Government Airstrip. That's going to be on our right-hand side, way out there in the distance out here. Rhino, hello, my friend. So about 2 hours and 37 minutes until we begin our descent. So that's going to put us right to about 3 o'clock my time. And in the game, that will put us up to about probably, like I said, like 6:30. So we'll be arriving at about 7:30-ish in Bangkok. So the sun will probably just be going down. Everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. Currently sitting at 23 likes. Absolutely lovely. And if you are new here and you are enjoying the stream, please consider becoming a subscriber as well. Would really, really, really appreciate that. We are currently sitting at 685. Absolutely amazing, which means we only need 65 more subscribers, everybody, until we reach 750. So we are growing like you wouldn't believe, and I owe it to all of you kind people that watch me every stream and continue to support the channel. So thank you so much, everybody, more and more. The farther and farther we get along with the channel here, absolutely wonderful. And we've come such a long way just in general from where we first started. If you remember, when we first started, we didn't have a flight progress bar, we didn't have any of the donation leaderboard stuff, we didn't have a camera, like literally, we had nothing. It was just a blank screen, just me. And you know, some of my early streams, if you go back and look at my history of all of my previous live streams and you have a look, some of those early streams honestly only have, let's look at some of the very early and first live streams we ever did. First live stream I ever did on YouTube was 4 months ago. Southwest Airlines PMDG 737-700. I got 75 views, and then we tested it again. We did another test stream in the TBM 930, and then right from there we did another Southwest Airlines that has 106 views. That was 3 months ago. We did Air Canada, FedEx, like, yeah, some of these streams, 39 views, 47, 39, 67, 41, 34, 79. Yeah, man, some of these, like, we didn't really start to get a lot of attention really until we started doing, like, Frontier, and then out of nowhere, we did Real World Spirit Operations Ops, and you know, we went from 59 views to 542. Our 25 subscriber special had over 2,500. Yeah, we blew up out of nowhere here, and then several of our streams after that have over, you know, thousands and thousands of views on them. You know, absolutely crazy. We've slowed back down a little bit here now, but that's to be expected. That normally happens. That normally happens, you know what I mean? The farther and farther we go along. Get a little bit of a slowdown, and YouTube algorithm doing its thing, but that's just absolutely insane. See, the one thing I can't stand about FSRealistic is there's cabin noise, cabin ambiance. And I feel like it's too loud. Like, I feel like the cabin ambiance should be like flight attendant announcements and all that good stuff, but that's not what it is. It's just people talking. And sometimes it can be rather loud, almost too loud. But, yeah, man, we are cruising 523 knots on the ground speed. Our 787 is zooming across the sky at an unbelievable pace, starting a big turn. Two hours and 52 minutes to go. Got my water, flavored electrolytes here. Very important to stay hydrated, everybody, especially on these longer streams. It can be easy to forget to keep up on your water intake, as silly as that sounds. Silly as that sounds, but it's true. It is absolutely true. Well, I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday. This week flew by, absolutely flew by. I didn't even think today was Friday. Yeah, I just said it when we were off stream talking to my girlfriend. I was like, wow. Friday. Already. I thought today was Thursday, but that was yesterday. So this week flew by like absolute craziness. And just a warning as well, they are doing fire alarm testing in our building here. So if while we are streaming, you hear random buzzes and beeps, that is the fire department, like I said, just doing testing in our building to make sure that our fire alarm is functioning properly. So if you do hear random loud beeping, which will probably be shortly, that's all that is. And I apologize in advance for headphone users. They do these tests every couple of months, just to ensure that if something did happen and we needed to evacuate the building, that we would be able to do so in a safe and efficient manner. You got minus 187 into EHAM. Nice, man. EHAM. Good to hear. That's a good landing rate for a 747, man. And look who's behind me. Gotta go the other way. Hello? You little kitty. He's like, leave me alone, I'm napping. She's always behind me, usually. Most streams, she's here. So let's go on the old Google here. And let's see what information that we can find about a list of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 aircraft in development. So this was updated October 24th. So let's see what we got. If anything has been added. Airlines and transport. Nothing too crazy. Looks like iFly is bringing their 737 over. Just Flight 747 Classic. That's been added to the list. The Dash 7, man. That's what I'm looking forward to. De Havilland DHC to the Havilland Aircraft Company Dash 7. That's going to be a good one. Saab 340. Tupolev TU 134. Alright. TU 104 too. Wow. Okay. Interesting. October 24th, added the short 330 from Black Box Simulations, the Antonov AN-26, Ants Airplanes Wingeal removed, now released analog, Just Flight 747 Classic and A300. Let's see. Yeah, they don't have anything in relation to release times here. So that's going to be the tough part. Gonna buy the 777 maybe? Like I said, man, be warned. It does not fly like you think it would. So there's LBAB right here. That is where we are going to increase our cruising altitude to 370. You'll get the 747 liveries. Yeah, I would say that's better worth the money than spending money on that 777. Still doing very nicely here. 1,469 miles to go. 520 knots of ground speed. They give us just about 2.5 hours, like mentioned. No weather on ahead of us. Terrain, nothing. These longer flights, man. 3 hours and 31 minutes into the stream. About another 3 hours to go. Really hoping that we can butter this 787 today. I don't fly it often, but when I do, of course, I always try to make it so that we have the most smooth landing that we possibly can. Obviously, who wouldn't? Yeah, I gotta say, India looks pretty nice. The simulator looks pretty good for India. Unfortunately, when we flew over China a couple weeks ago in the Air China 747, the scenery below was rather lackluster. And I'm not sure if that's just because China didn't release any satellite imagery or detailed satellite imagery. I mean, who knows? But, yeah, I kind of feel like the ground scenery and ground textures in China were very, very much lacking. And it doesn't seem like we are suffering from that fate at all here over India. Adjust that brightness just a little bit, which I'm happy about, because I'd rather it look nice and kind of match the rest of the world of which the simulator recreates, you know? But if you guys haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. Get this stream up to as many likes as we possibly can. As well as maybe consider hitting that subscribe button as well. It's free. And you know the usual term is, if it's free, it's for me. So please consider hitting that subscribe button, becoming part of the MB crew, and joining us on our weekly adventures around the planet in a plethora of different airplanes. I would say that I fly quite a lot larger variety of airplanes than most flight sim streamers do. I mean, CRJ 700, A320, 787, 747, PMDG 73, the EMB 110, the Cessna 208 we just did. I was even thinking about maybe doing something in the TBM soon. Do some hopping around somewhere in the TBM. That seems like that would be fun. And of course, once the AnyBuilds A310 is released with the 40th anniversary edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator in the coming day, or coming weeks, because that's what, November 11th, I believe, is when that is due to be released. So that's about 2 weeks away. So really looking forward to that for sure, to bring the AnyBuilds A310. And obviously, you know, people are disappointed because they'd rather just have the A300. But, you know, that is on the way from Just Flight, as we were just previously speaking about, along with an airplane that I am humongously excited for, which is the Just Flight 747 Classic, the 747-100. The first 747. The first wide-body airplane ever produced. And then alongside that, they are also releasing the Airbus A300 just in general. And the Airbus A300 in general is the first airplane Airbus ever produced. So, greatly looking forward to that. I mean, you have no idea. We have been waiting for more of a study level wide-body aircraft to be able to fly in the sim, and now that the AnyBuilds A310 is on its way, that's getting closer and closer to becoming a reality. The closer and closer we get, the more and more excited that I am starting to get as well, so are there any airplanes in particular that anybody in chat is excited for? Any airplane in particular? Any one? Maybe your favorite airplane might be getting released soon? Anybody? The A304, huh? I'm excited to see that there's an A340 in development. That's an airplane I always really wanted to fly. It's an A340-600, so it's the very long version. I prefer the shorter versions, of any airplane. That's why I don't mind that the A310 is getting released. It would be very cool to see the 747 SP as well. That's quite the quirky and interesting looking airplane. And if you haven't seen photos of an SP before, you should go right to Google and take a look at those, because that airplane is very cool looking. Farmer, hello. He says, I am back, been eating with the family. No problem, man, no problem. Hope your meal was good. I just took a lunch break myself about 10 minutes ago. Needed to get some food in me. Theme park god, what's going on, man? Welcome. Welcome to our long haul stream today. This isn't a special long haul of any kind. It's just a longer flight I kind of decided I wanted to do today with the lovely 787-10, the Dreamliner, in Etihad colors, from Abu Dhabi to the world. Of course, that's where Etihad is based out of, but always still fun to fly this airplane, man. I really, really enjoy it. You got tacos? There you go. We just had quesadillas last night. Tomorrow you will work hard on my livery for the Airbus with my team. Nice. While you're at it, try to get in touch with FlyByWire and see if I can have early access to the A380. I've heard rumors that some other streamers have gotten access to it. Now, obviously, those are the popular flight sim streamers that have thousands upon thousands of subscriptions. But I think sharing and spreading the love to us smaller flight sim streamers will be appreciated. Doesn't have to be all about the big boys, right? I reached out to several people on the FlyByWire Discord, and none of them got back to me. Nobody. I can't tell you how many people I reached out to that said that they're part of the A380 development team based on their Discord profile, and none of them got back to me. Not one. At least to respond. At least say no. Say something. But there's probably so many people that DM them with questions about the airplane that I completely understand that they're not going to get around to little old me. Now, if it was a famous celebrity or somebody with a bunch of viewers and someone that was going to get FlyByWire noticed a lot more by a bigger group of people, I am absolutely sure, like if Logan Paul hit them up or some shit, but, you know, it is what it is. Early access to the Boeing 757 would be amazing. Yeah, I agree. You know, we were just talking about that. All the airplanes that we have coming, man. So many. Just got wind, though, that we're probably not going to be expecting the PMDG 777 probably until at least the earliest late 2023. Oh no, what happened to the music? Where'd it go? It just stopped. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. I mean, plane spotting with FSLTL will reach another level after the A380 is here. Yeah, man, I can imagine. Weird. Last I heard from the PMDG was the 777 was aimed for March next year, and I heard it in September. Yeah, I just looked at some PMDG forum where someone that worked for PMDG said that, I mean, this was back in June. That was when the forum was formed, if I remember properly. So, that means you have updated information. Yeah, the last thing I read said that they're not going to start working on the 777 and 747 until all of the 737 products are released. And then I also heard that work has already started on the 777. And I mean, there are the 757, A300, A350, and the A310 next month. Then we are close to get them all into the game. Yeah, I know, man. FlyByWire gets a lot of DMs about early access, and there's not going to randomly give someone who DM'd them an A380. Gee, almost like I said that 5 minutes ago. But it wasn't gonna hurt to try. It wasn't gonna hurt to try. Yeah, it's a mix of info on the 777. Some say they are working on the 777 in the background of the 737-900. Like, some is working on it now, but majority of the PMDG crew are working on the 739. Yeah, I mean, they need to get that darn tablet out already, the EFB. You know, we've only been waiting on that since the 700 came out. We need to really, I mean, you know, the thing about the 900 is I'm not going to buy it personally. I won't. You know, it's not an airplane I'm particularly interested in. It's just a stretched 800, obviously, just like the 800 is a stretched 700, and so on and so forth. And you know, depending on the price that they release it for, which I imagine is probably going to be $35.99, or if they release it for $65, then you know, I think that's a little bit much. So you know, the 900 I probably will not be picking up, just because I don't know. You never hear me really talking about it, you know? It's not an airplane I am overly enamored with. 10 days ago, I did a 6-hour Frankfurt to Dubai flight. That was fun, but also a bit boring at some point. Yeah, I can understand what you mean there, man. And that's exactly why, you know, so many people want me to do flights that are 10, 11 hours, and I'm like, okay, You guys are begging me to do flights like that, but, you know, I guarantee you guys are going to stay for the takeoff and then forget to come back for the landing. Or you'll fall asleep. You know, so that's why I don't really go do anything really longer than 7 hours is really as long as we'll get when it comes to any type of long haul, unfortunately. They say the tablet will be extremely good for those who hope for a web browser. I'm thinking of getting the 739 depending on the price. Yeah, like I said, if it gets released for 70 bucks, then personally, I mean, like I said, I'm probably not going to pick it up anyway. But if I was interested and it got released at $70, I'd say that would be a little bit too much. I mean, God, you already paid $70 for the 700 and another 70 for the 800. I couldn't imagine them, you know, releasing another airplane for near 80 bucks, you know. That would mean that the entire next generation package, if you wanted every single one of them, which I imagine once everything is released, they will probably end up condensing it all into one package. Who knows? I guess maybe tonight you'll do an 8-hour flight. Nice. We'll put all the countries on Earth on my wheel of luck, and then we'll see how long the flight will be. There you go. Just put a bunch of airports that are extremely far away from each other on a wheel and spin it, and see what you get. I think the 900 would be around the 600 price. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, like you said, it's one of those airplanes where the 800 and the 700 are the most popular models of the next generation class. The 600 and 900, not nearly as much. So, you know, people aren't going to care for the 900 because there's not that many of them. You know, how many people, you know, when you ask somebody what kind of 737 have they flown on, they're either going to tell you like the 300, 400, 700, and 800. Modern times. And not even really the 300 and 400 anymore. I've been on a 400. That was 7 years ago. Nowadays, they're probably going to end up telling you the 800 or the Max. Yeah, I guess I will do that. If you have some wishes and you can tell me, we'll put them also on the wheel. Put TNCM in there. LAX, that's always one. KORD, Chicago. Can't go wrong with any of those. Atlanta, of course. I'm just thinking United States at the moment. Charles de Gaulle, Heathrow. Sydney. Narita. Speaking of Sydney, we gotta get back in Australia soon. We gotta do some Australia stuff. More Qantas. Or maybe we'll find a low cost carrier to use. I mean, I've been meaning to also do some more Spirit Airlines and more Frontier Airlines ops as well here in the United States. I've been really meaning to get more of that done. Remember, everybody, just figured I would mention, not that this is everybody's thing, but I did post another video of U-Boat this morning if you want to go over there and check out that episode. It's another series I have going on for another game that I play. So please, if you would, go ahead and check that out if that's something that may sound interesting to you. You'll fly from Germany, so it'll take some time to get to America. Oh, so if that's the case, then you might want to go to the East Coast if you want 8 hours. So that would be JFK, Newark, Boston. Spun the wheel and got Hamburg. Okay, yeah, so I mean, if you wanted to go towards the US for 8 hours, that would obviously be like I said, Boston, Newark, JFK. If you want to go the other way, you know, maybe you go to Mumbai, you go to India. Alright, we are coming up on Elbab here. Elbab is where we need to get to 370. Two hours and 19 minutes to go. Our engines are performing lovely. We still have plenty of fuel. We've burned over 30,000 pounds of it so far, everybody. We still have 52,100 pounds of fuel on board. And we started with... We started with 90,115. So we've burned damn near 40,000 pounds of fuel already. Getting close to it. So that's absolutely awesome. Getting lighter and lighter, make it for an easier arrival for us. We still have a slight tailwind pushing us along here, increasing our ground speed. 517 knots. That's awesome, helping us out just a little bit over this 5-hour flight. Gonna push us about 200 nautical miles or so ahead of schedule, so we're probably gonna be arriving 10 minutes earlier, or 15 minutes earlier than originally anticipated, which is completely fine with me. Oops. Okay, here comes LBAB. So once we reach LBAB, we will initiate our climb up to 370. We will start at about 20 nautical miles out, so we'll be at 370 at LBAB. Get 370 ready to get in there. Wonder when this is ever going to do anything. Or if they ever have plans on it to function. That'd be cool. I'd be okay with that. I'd be alright with that. Put the yoke back up in a second. I'm just waiting for us to reach LBAB here. Peaking, nice. HG789 will have it work. Could take a bit more time. Now it will spin for the aircraft. There we go. Boy. All right, turning towards LBAB. Okay. 370, put that in. Now we are going to climb. 370, okay, awesome. All right, up we go. All right, everybody, bear with me just a moment. I need to use the restroom again. So if y'all wouldn't mind giving me just a few moments, I will be right back. Just gotta get this up here. There we go. Okay, be right back, everybody.
Alright, I have returned. Still climbing up to 37,000 feet, slowly but surely. Just about to reach under the 2-hour mark, everybody. So, anybody want to make some bets on the landing rate? Khaled, hello. Hello, my favorite streamer. Hope you're having a blessing day. Thanks, Khaled, for your kind words, my friend. I am. Hope you're having an excellent day as well. Minus 98. We'll try. I haven't been known to put the 787 down exactly gentle. Now we got an aircraft in an airline. Nice. Oh, me. Got 23 out of 30. I don't know if I should be happy or not. What do you mean 23 out of 30? Aircraft will be a 777-300. Airline will be Air China. Nice. 23 out of 30 on your test. That's... Let me see what that would equivalent to here with our grades. With our grading system here. It's obvious. Did you guys know it's actually World Lemur Day? Lemur is in the animal. That would be a passing grade here in the US. So, I mean, hey, Is that passing for you? Was it considered a failing grade? Now I will go to the toilet. It will take a while, but I will not miss the landing. See you soon. Alright, Farmer Man. Don't fall in, alright, buddy? Remember, everybody, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Would greatly appreciate that. Get the stream up to as many likes as we possibly can. My goal is to get the stream up to 30. We are currently sitting at, last time I checked, 24. Current goal is to get the stream up to 30 likes, so we are close. I'm not too happy. My friend said I'm a nerd because they got 18 and they are happy. I mean, 18 would be a failing grade here in the States, man. I wouldn't be happy about that. My laptop is showing every special day to me. It's passing, but still I studied. Hey man, it happens, you know. Depending on the subject matter too, some people just don't get things, you know. Like me, I'm awful at math. I'll be real with you, I am terrible at mathematics, just in general. I mean, obviously, yeah, I know my times tables, I know division, you know, I know addition and subtraction, you know, fractions and all that basic stuff, you know what I mean? Like, but when it comes to like calculus and all that other trigonometry and all that other stuff, man, I'm just like, no. No thank you, not a fan. Science, it's alright, man. Yeah, math, you know, like I said, the basic math it's fine. I mean, everybody should be alright with basic math, multiplication, addition, subtraction. But, like, you know, when, in high school, when you started to get up to those math classes where, you know, you choose from trigonometry, and then you have calculus and pre-calc and cosine and tangent and all that other stuff, I'm just like, oh, well, you need to learn this for real life. And it's like, when in the love of God am I ever going to need to know what a cosine and a tangent is? Then I'll tell you, I promise you, I haven't used it. Wait, what? Why are we climbing up to 37,000 feet? What is going on here? And there goes that beeping that I was telling you guys about. Why are we not leveling off at 37,000? Why are we still going? Those are our fire alarms getting tested, everybody. Why are we still climbing? Why are we not leveling off here? Come on, dude. Seriously. Level off. Thank you. Or maybe not. We're just going to keep climbing. Flight level 370. Why are we still going upwards now, close to 40,000 feet? Like, can you work, please? I'm gonna assume that it has something to do with this. Something with our... So we're just gonna go with a managed descent now and get us back down to 37,000 feet, because for whatever reason the airplane was just gonna climb higher than that. Okay, well, thank God I noticed, because the airplane was about to have us climb towards the stratosphere there. You see, now that we have VNAV off, the auto throttle is working fine. So I'm assuming now, I just updated the airplane recently, so I'm assuming it's got to be something wrong with the VNAV, but that's no big deal. If we have to manage our own descent, I'm used to that, so that's easy. We can do that all day. Have you seen your -1 feet per minute landing? I saw one video you put on Discord the other day of your smooth touchdown. And hats off to you. Good job on that for sure, man. Wow. I'm happy that you guys don't actually hear the fire alarms going off right now. Thank goodness for an NVIDIA broadcast kind of taking all that background noise off. Thanks, I almost died while buttering it. It was worth it? Oh yeah, man. Alright, there we are now, coming back down to 37,000 feet. Hopefully we will level off on our own here. And we will take it off VNAV, because clearly the VNAV function wasn't going to work properly for whatever reason. So we are just going to sit here in the cockpit very quickly and wait for us to level off at 37,000 once I know we are going to be safe, and once I see our vertical speed click off there. I will go back to a wing view, and there it goes. Okay, that means we are going to level off. Alright. Auto throttle, you're doing your thing. Yep, you're increasing again our engine power to keep us at cruise speed. Alright. Up to 685 subscribers, only 65 more to go, people. 65 more to go until we hit 750. And that means that we are only 315 away from 1,000. So we are getting closer and closer. The 1,000 mark will be an absolutely crazy milestone. Really, really, really hoping that we will meet that goal coming up here relatively shortly. Now granted, I am starting to put out a variety of different content to the channel in case you guys haven't noticed, and not only so much focusing on Microsoft Flight Sim now, but of course we have started doing a lot of different things, such as, like we did American Trucking Simulator yesterday. That was fun. American Trucking Simulator yesterday. Of course, I'm putting out my U-Boat series as well, so go check out those videos, especially the U-Boat series. I really hope that one takes off, because if you guys haven't watched that yet, you're kind of missing out on what I've been doing with my editing, with music and everything like that. So please, guys, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and check out my U-Boat videos. They're right on my channel underneath a playlist dedicated to it. So please, if you guys wouldn't mind, go check those out and maybe give those a like as well. If that's not your kind of thing, though, I completely understand. I'm not going to force anybody. Going deep with the house music now. Alright, say goodbye to India, everybody. That's it for India. Away we go. And we are about to fly right over the Bay of Bengal, or Bengal. Alright, we are officially over the ocean completely, or over the bay. And time until descent is about 1 hour and 34 minutes still, so we still have some time, everybody. We still have some time to burn. Let's head back into the flight deck here and see what they are saying for our top of descent. 853 nautical miles now. Doing well on the cabin altitude. Doing well on the fuel. Like I said, we burned about 44,000 or 46,000 pounds of fuel. About half of what we had on board. Our gross weight is now down to 567,000 pounds, so we are already much, much lighter than what we had started out on. Obviously. You know, it's funny because we have a landing altitude knob here for pressurization. And then if we look down here, right? We have a landing altitude selector here, but we're not able to actually select anything. Get our yoke back up as well. Oh my goodness. My intention was not to be all the way over here. Oh my god. Hey, Burner, he says, I'm in 8th period. Wow, you gotta be getting close to the end of the day at this point, then. You gotta be getting close to the end of the day. We have about 1 hour and 52 minutes to go. We're out over the Bay of Bengal now, currently. The Bay of Bengal, however it's pronounced. My family is playing on $70 and my mom is swearing because she thinks it's unfair. I low-key want to join. What do you mean? You have a sub, only 10 minutes left until end of the period. Nice. My family is playing on $70 and my mom is swearing because she thinks it's unfair. I low-key want to join. I don't know what you mean by that, Colin. But hello. Had dinner? Nice. Hope it was good, man. Hope you enjoyed your meal. Oh, they were playing cards. Oh, okay. I get you. Your mom lost. Yeah, man, it gets like that sometimes. Trust me. Depending on what kind of cards you're playing too, if you're playing poker or something like that, or blackjack, where it's all about luck and it's all about chance. I mean, any kind of card game, really. Want to get up and close and personal with this engine here. Dreamliner. What's a 6-hour flight we should do? This one's about 5.5. Got mac and cheese, nice. But pretty much anything west to east coast or east to west coast of the United States is going to be about 5.5 hours or so. Give or take, maybe a little bit less. Got to tell me. What'd you forget? Heathrow to JFK? Nice, man. What was the lunch situation today? I had a chicken sandwich, man. Usually what I go for. No noodles for me, man. I gotta stay away from that kind of stuff. Not good on the salt, you know what I mean? I gotta stay away from the salt. I am a saltaholic, unfortunately, so... Unfortunately. Still doing absolutely wonderful on the ground speed, 505 knots. So yeah, that little speed boost we got pretty much the entire time when we were flying into that headwind was pretty good. Fourth period lunch is very kind to me. Yeah, you see, it's so weird because we used to have four periods a day. Period, that's a class. Kind of like a class in school, but in the United States we call them periods for whatever reason. Periods, you know. We used to have 4 periods a day, and they switched off every other day, so we wouldn't have all the same classes in one day. But sometimes we used to have lunch. So we used to have different lunches, and they would all take place during second and third periods. So first lunch, I think in high school, started at like 10:30, and then second lunch was, I'm pretty sure, 11 to 11:30, and third lunch, I'm pretty sure, was 11:30 to 12. Now third lunch was always the best because it would be you'd go right into the last period of the day right after, and then you would have your last period from 12:30 to 1:50, if I remember correctly. I might be a couple of minutes off from that, but it always used to suck having first lunch because you wouldn't get a break again after that in between classes. So you have lunch at 10:30. First off, I mean, having pizza at 10:30 in the morning, you know what I mean? That's not really... well, let's be real. We were all teenagers, so at the time, we honestly really didn't mind it. But going back to it now, I'm like, oh, man. Did I hear about the Heavy 789? No, I didn't. Are they making one? Actually, no. I think Farmer had said something about that earlier. Really? Heavy Division 787-900, huh? Anyways, we're about to end. See you, alright, man. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. See you in around 50 minutes. Sounds good. We'll be just around to start our descent at that point. Your lunch is at 10:10. Oh my god. Oh, Lord. sun is going down. I was kind of hoping that we were going to have a non-nighttime arrival, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Why is the Boeing 777 not worth it? It's just not a good add-on, man. I mean, I feel like you and I have had this discussion, you know, over a dozen times now. It's the default Asobo 747 with the 777 body pasted on top of it. That's all that airplane is. Now, if you're on PC and you can get the Salty mod for it, the Salty Improvement mod, it does improve it slightly. The gauges will actually be accurate. The gauges will actually be accurate to what they look like in the real airplane as far as your engine controls go and your navigation display and all that. But without that mod, you'll see almost immediately. I mean, go look at the pictures in the marketplace, and now they have it written in there that it is literally just a 747 with a 777 body on top of it. So essentially, you're paying $20 for an external model and a modeled virtual cockpit. But all the systems, everything like that, it's completely copied from the 747. Flight dynamics, everything. And not sure if anyone doesn't realize this, but a 777 does not fly like a 747. No, I just don't want to see you waste your money, you know what I mean? On something that you might ultimately be disappointed with, you know? And that's the one thing that I'd hate to see happen, you know? You think about it, like you spend $20 on the Boeing 777, but you can get 3 or 4 livery packs for that same price and have much more variety, you know what I mean? I mean, ultimately, that's up to you, man. You know, go and look up reviews on it on YouTube and everything and see what people say about it. And what they're going to tell you is they're going to tell you that the 777, you know, it's a great A to B plane, but if you're looking for something worth that kind of money, I really don't think it is. I think that asking price for that is just too much, man. You know? Yeah, I mean, you're better off waiting for something good. Now, if that 777 was like, okay, well, the developer at least put effort into it to where it's not a copy and paste of the flight dynamics from the 747, then maybe, yeah, it might be worth the $20, you know what I mean, to get an A to B plane. But the fact that if you look it up, you know what I mean, and like, Watch. I'll show you. So, this is going right to the Captain Sim website in regards to the 777 that they released to the simulator. Now, it says right here, essential functionality paired with the default 747 systems simulation. Now, what that means is if we take a look, and the screenshots are from the cockpit are all so far away, so you wouldn't even notice and you wouldn't even be able to tell, which is really what pisses me off about this, is all of the angles of the cockpit, the seat in some way is perfectly blocking the ECAMs, perfectly blocking the ND, perfectly blocking everything, so you won't necessarily notice. So I'll show you this picture right here. Let me bring up my screen so you can see. Okay. Now, see this right here? That is not, I repeat, not what a Boeing 777 ECAM looks like. You see it has 4 engine selectors here. You see 4 and 1 percentages. You know what I mean? And that's a 747 style that you're looking at right there. That's one example. Okay, let's move along. Down here, see, he's blocking it. Look, see? He's blocking it with the yoke, so you don't notice it. But right here, you see that right there? That is a 747 fuel control panel down there. Now, he's blocking it. He doesn't want you to see that. Right? So, 4 engines are displayed there. But the 777 doesn't have 4 engines, does it? No, it doesn't. You know, like, that's... I mean, the interior and exterior model is okay. I mean, it really is. It doesn't look that terrible. But you see, another example. He's not showing this down here that shows the 747 information there. Now, I mean, it's got a fully modeled interior. It's basically their current 777 from Microsoft Flight Simulator, the external model in the cockpit, just converted over to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But, you know, it literally, I mean, it says it right here. Right here. Cockpit and cabin. Let's make that bigger. Cockpit and cabin. Essential functionality paired with the default 747 systems simulation. So, at least he's finally admitted after all this time that it's just a 747 with a 777 body pasted on top. That's what it is, man. And that's why spending $29.99 or $20 on it just... it's not right. That's not right, spending that much money on that. Because it's going to fly exactly like a 747 but look different. Which just... well, what's the point? If the airplane's not going to fly like the airplane it looks like, then why would you even bother? So... Big Business, hello my friend, welcome. Back in Microsoft Flight Simulator after our trucking adventures yesterday. Alright, I'm starting to get a wee bit dark outside, so let's go ahead and get some... ooh, maybe not any floodlighting just yet, but we need to get some lights on in here because it's getting a little bit dark. Same thing with up here. Get the overhead panels on a little bit. Get some glare shield. Okay. There we go. So we can actually see what we're doing a little bit. So we have 803 nautical miles to go, 652 nautical miles until we touch down. Of course, now that it's still getting a little bit dark, we will turn our logos on as well. But, yeah. Remember, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please remember to hit that like button for me. Would really, really greatly appreciate that. As well as turn on notifications and become a subscriber to the channel also. Would really, really greatly appreciate that from every single one of you if you are enjoying what you're seeing. We are going to be starting our descent here very shortly. Very, very shortly. You'll get the 747 liveries? Yeah, dude, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that they charged $20 for that, it would be a different story. If they charged $10 for it, I would say, yeah, well, you know what? Okay, you know, maybe. Maybe. But 20 bucks, a little bit too much, man. But I mean, hey, if you're just looking for an exterior model and don't really care about the fact that it doesn't fly anything like the airplane that it represents, then go for it. You know, that's entirely your prerogative. It's entirely your choice. But me, nah. I'm taking my glasses off for a couple of minutes. What's going on, business? How you doing? The sun is starting to set more and more. I was hoping that we would arrive for a nighttime or a daytime arrival, but it's not looking like that's going to be the case. You are back. Alright, welcome back, farmer. Not much, just got home a few minutes ago. Nice. We've been going 4 hours and 51 minutes now of total stream time. And we've been airborne for probably just about 4 hours and 10 minutes or so. 4 hours and 20 minutes. We are due to start descending in about an hour and 10 minutes, according to Volanta. And we are flying over the Bay of Bengal. At 37,000 feet. Are you flying right now, farmer? Do you know if a 747 can take off from Iceland? Yeah, probably Keflavik. Yeah. I know that Iceland Air flies 787s, so yeah, should be able to. I don't think you'll have a problem. Yeah, I see you on Volanta, cruising over Bulgaria. Good way to stalk people. Volanta, the legal way of... You're right, I looked at a live streamer. Boeing 777 has 4 engines even though it has 2. Exactly. Exactly, man. Look at that sunset. Starting to look beautiful. I'm just going through all my flight history in Volanta, taking a look at our average touchdown rates here. Not bad. 1 hour and 5 minutes until we start our descent. There's a screenshot, everybody. Let's grab that very quickly. You found a trick to butter the 7.4? Oh yeah, what's that? When it says 50, start to try to float. You mean flare, like you would in any airplane? The one thing about the 7.4 you have to remember about that 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 is that the airplane is a lot higher up off the ground. So, that being said, you really need to flare earlier and softer. Now, because the airplane is so big, it's you know, the average landing rate of a 747 in feet per minute, you know, it's They land hard, but they don't feel as hard because they're so big. They have a lot more tires, a lot better suspension, or, you know, landing gear and all that stuff, you know? But, let's see. Boeing aircraft are typically designed for a 600 feet per minute touchdown rate. So that's pretty cool. Based on pilot reports and data, exceeding 240 feet per minute is considered a hard landing, which further confirms the 60 to 180 feet per minute to be an ideal value when a landing is flown manually. So 60 to 180. Because I guess if you go any less than that, it could damage the wheel by something called a shimmy event. What? Didn't realize that 150 feet per minute is your typical touchdown speed for a commercial airliner. Really? That's interesting. So a shimmy event, I guess, from what I'm reading. So 500 and a 737 is okay? Yeah. Essentially what they're saying is if you feel the airplane start to float, from what I've read there, it said that Boeing pilots are trained to force the airplane down to the runway. Because you want to fly the airplane down to the runway. So if the airplane starts to float when you're getting close to touchdown, they basically said just lower the nose and plant her down. Because she's designed for 600 feet per minute on the touchdowns. So anything over 600, the airplane could be damaged. Essentially. But then it also said if the landing is too soft, or what they call a kiss. Obviously, a kiss landing is when you barely kiss the ground, which is 0 feet per minute. That could damage the airplane because of something called a shimmy effect on the wheel, and the website that I was looking at showed a slow motion, up-close image of the wheels touching down from a Airbus that landed very, very softly. And I guess it has something to do with when the wheels touch, because you're not touching that hard. The wheels aren't having time to plant themselves firmly to keep the wheels from kind of shuddering. So when you touch down too softly, the wheels kind of pitch and roll a little bit. And when you touch down too softly, it creates that shimmying effect and makes the wheels go left and right. Kind of like an alignment on a car. The wheels will start kind of doing this and will pop and damage the tire. That's interesting. I didn't realize there was such thing as landing too nicely. But it does make sense. Alright, 689 nautical miles to go. Remember, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button for me. We have a goal to get this stream up to over 50 likes by the end of the stream. We are currently sitting at 24, so please, we only need 6 more of you. 6 more of you lovely individuals in the chat to go ahead and hit that like button for me. Would really, really greatly appreciate that. All 1 FPS landers just breaking all the aircraft every time they land? Yeah. I mean, that's just one website I was reading. I mean, who knows? I've come across so many websites that give different values for what the perfect landing should actually consist of, right? Like that one right there said between 60 and 180 is what's considered a perfect landing. And 180 and above would be considered firm. And 600, I guess you are just completely breaking the airplane at that point. I did watch a video recently on YouTube. I think it was an A300, a freighter model, that touched down super hard, and it bent the airframe. And there's video of it. There's video footage of the airplane coming in and touching down. Then the video follows it up with pictures of the A300, and the airframe is literally bent. The lowest landing you've ever done was +5. Yeah, but that's just crazy. The pictures of what the airframe looked like when they said it was bent, like they showed it going down the side, and you could literally see how close the airplane was to pretty much snapping in half, essentially. The whole airframe, literally, if you looked at the airplane, was like cockeyed, and it's just like, holy crap. That's why Ryanair does hard landings. The hardest landing, like I said, I've ever experienced in my life was on Southwest Airlines. And that was pretty terrifying. It was one of those things where, you know, when you're looking at the ground coming up towards you, and you notice that the pilot hasn't started flaring yet, and you know, you notice the pilot hasn't started flaring yet, and you're kind of like, And that's when you get nervous, and that's when you're like, hold on to your butts. So I can imagine in the cockpit, it was probably like 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, slam. Because it was, yeah, it took me by surprise. It really did. And for someone that knows a lot about flying and enjoys flying, you're not ever really expecting that. And it was another rough one. Was actually coming home recently, home to Providence here, my local airport, on my most recent trip, and we were coming home from Orlando, and the weather outside was god awful. Very low visibility, rain really hard, winds were gusting over 20 knots. I mean, I looked it all up from the Wi-Fi on the airplane to get the weather. And, yeah, that airplane was all over the place, and he was going, the pilot was going crazy on those throttles, and we were constantly, you could tell the wind was coming in from the right, because he was constantly having to put right bank on the airplane, because obviously the airflow is uneven on the left wing, which would be, or no, the wind would be coming from the right, because the airflow was uneven on the right wing, giving it more lift, making that wing lift up, because he constantly was making pretty harsh adjustments, banking to the right. And it was a very interesting experience, and we touched down pretty hard, but you know, it's landings like that where those pilots don't really have a choice in weather like that. You know what I mean? They're more or less concerned. Who cares? You touch down at 380 feet per minute. Who cares, man? In winds like that, when the airplane's going all over the place, getting the airplane down softly is the last thing on their minds. Getting the plane down is what's on their mind at that point. You know what I mean? The most interesting landing failures is the DHL 757 that went off the runway in Costa Rica. Jeez. Michael, when I went to Canada from the UK, I went on a 7879. Nice. Very nice. The landing was so smooth, I didn't know we landed. Yeah, I've been on a few of those too myself. With Southwest Airlines as well. Frontier actually landed pretty smoothly too. But that was on an Airbus, so, you know. I can show you some clips on Discord. Yeah, man, send them over on the media. In the media channel. What's that purple thing? in the cockpit. Something must not be textured in there. It's the fire extinguisher. It doesn't have a texture on it. Does it look like that from inside the flight deck? No, it doesn't. Weird. I guess the external texture looking in isn't getting generated properly, I would assume. I say, why does it look like Mace Windu is sitting in our captain's chair right now with this purple lightsaber? You know the reason why he has a purple... Ooh, I just hit the yoke so hard there. Did that shut our autopilot off? No? Okay. Alright. You know the reason why Mace Windu has a purple lightsaber, and a buddy of mine told me this the other day? Essentially the reason why is because Samuel L. Jackson just wanted to have a purple lightsaber. So they had to come up with some kind of lore and some kind of nonsense to justify why he has a purple one. I mean, he gets electrocuted by Anakin. I mean, not electrocuted. He gets screwed by Anakin anyway, and then gets electrocuted by Palpatine, but, you know, is what it is. I'm tired of these motherfucking Skywalkers on this motherfucking dark side. That was a quality meme I came upon. Been like that in over 5 sim updates. Really? I've never noticed before. That's the first time I ever noticed. I'm currently dusting off my yoke with my handy dandy static rag here. Gotta keep myself occupied somewhat while we're cruising, right? It's always good to get in here, guys. If you guys don't do this with all of your peripherals, take off the clipboard thing here. If you guys don't do this with your peripherals, then you're making a big mistake. This is a big part of the maintenance on these things, is getting all of this properly cleaned and properly dusted. I do this probably every couple days. Generally just before I stream, usually. Because all the dust will eventually build up inside the control surfaces, and that's when you start to get your throttles not responding smoothly. And I learned this from a very young age when I was a kid, when I had the Saytech Pro flight yoke that came with that little throttle quadrant it came with, and I learned very early on that if you don't properly dust off your stuff here, the dust will get inside all of your peripherals and kind of mess them up, and really messes with the sensitivity, really is what it does. So I like to come in here and I like to dust it out and kind of give it a general wipe down quite often to avoid having that happen with all of this hardware that I've spent so much of my hard-earned cashola on. There you go. It's nice and dusted now. Let's get the microphone done. I'm going to mute it real quick here. Right. Mic is done. All right. Now the toughest part about this Boeing yoke is getting all in the little crevices that it has. Get over here. I'm not going to turn the wing lights on just yet. We will when we get to a lower altitude, but the wing lights don't generally get turned on at this altitude anyway when it's this dark out. Uh-oh, what did I just do? What was all that clicking? Oh god. That was flaps. I accidentally just put flaps down. Whoops. Well, this button is set to flaps, everybody. I was not aware of that. Oh, hello, HUD. Oh, man. You can hear everybody in the cabin now is like, what the heck is going on? Big oops on that, everybody. Some airlines put the wing lights on when it gets dark. I've never noticed. I've never been on one that that did. I've always ever noticed that they will generally leave them off. Why did our strobes get turned off? What the hell? Here we go. I mean, we can turn them on if we want to. There you go. Yeah, like I was saying, keeping all of your flight simulator peripherals clean and dust-free will really help. And like I said, I learned the hard way when it came to that with my original Saytech Pro flight yoke that I had many years ago. I had not really taken care of it the best. And what resulted in that was it just being pretty gross, and the throttles started being very finicky. So whenever we would increase the throttle lever, it would like go back and forth, like almost like it was stuttering. You know what I mean? I think it's specific date to policies. Most do and some don't. Most don't and some do. Yeah. Like I know in Southwest Airlines, whenever I've flown them, they, like, right when we start to get up towards our cruising altitude, they're like, we're going to turn the lights off now and lower the lights in the cabin for you so you can be comfortable and all that. Oh, I'm going to do my screen now. Get this dusted here. Oops. Try to get the keyboard done as best I can. I generally do the keyboard when the computer is off, obviously. There we go. Like I said, just really trying to keep all this dust away from me. I'm not breathing in all of my skin flakes. Oop, speaking of which, of all times, I do it on accident, bumping my arm up against the disconnect button. Everybody clean up its baby song? Yeah, man. It's important to keep everything clean, you know? Very important. Especially when it comes to technology and PC stuff. Keep everything from overheating, you know? Luckily, I learned from a young age. My parents really instilled in us kids that taking care of your stuff and keeping your stuff clean will result in better longevity. And that goes with anything. Technology, your car. It's like, you know, why you change the oil every couple thousand miles and all that happy crap. Is it just me, or I just want to go back to 7 years old? That was 20 years ago for me. I was in 3rd grade. Crazy. Boeing 747 is old, but it's still going to be flyable for a while? Yeah, man. Absolutely. Especially the 800s, you know? The last 800 just rolled off the assembly line recently, so... You know, that airplane will be flying another 20 years, 25 years probably. You just had the best memories. I am 13, turning 14 November 11th. Nice. Yeah, man. Trust me, there's a lot of stuff I miss from being younger like that, you know? A lot of stuff. Less responsibility. Hanging out with your friends every weekend and not have a care in the world, you know? Turning 50 in March? Very cool. You guys are just wee little youngins. You guys were born in the millennium. Nicola, hello. He says that I'm finally here. All right. Just in time. We have about an hour to go on this flight. Yes, but now my dad says I have to focus on my work for my future. Dad, chill, I'm 13. Yeah, man, but, you know, I got my first job when I was 13, so... Well, 13. I turned 14 while I was working there. I remember, I'll never forget the manager's face. They asked me how old I was. They were like, how old are you? I was like, 13. They were like, how are you even working here? I was like, I don't know. I applied and I got hired. Like, what do you want me to say? And I was like, I turned 14 in like a week and a half. And they were like, oh, okay. Never mind. What job? It was just McDonald's, man. I worked like 10 hours a week or something like that. You know, making $7.40 per hour back when the minimum wage was... down that low. It's since doubled now in America because that's what most Americans seem to believe in. Raise the minimum wage. We can't live off our McDonald's job. No, we're not even going to get into that. Anyways, yeah, man, I was 14 years old working there. And I'll never forget the manager's face when she was like, how old are you? 13? She was like, how are you even working here? I thought you had to be 14. And I was like, I don't know. The school gave me permission. Like, I got working papers. Because back when you were in high school, you used to have to get permission from the school to work. And if your grades weren't good enough, they wouldn't give you working papers, so you couldn't get a job. But eventually, after a while, it really didn't matter. I want to be a pilot. I'm studying altitude for now outside study school. I'll travel to Turkey 4 to 5 years. Go to flight school, so just getting ready. Nice. Yeah, believe me, being a pilot is still something that I would love to do, but just in the United States, it's just not, it's not cheap, you know what I mean? Over $100,000 in debt by the time you're done with it all, and then you go start out working for a small airline like American Eagle, PSA, or Delta Connections, United Express, flying smaller regional airliners, and you're not making very good money at that point, and it just becomes very hard to manage, and you know, a lot of negatives to it when it comes to doing it in the United States, you know. Whereas when you do it in the UK, you can go work for EasyJet, because EasyJet has a nice startup program, and they'll throw you in an A320 or an A319 right off the rip. You know, it ain't like that here, you know. I'll fly to Sweden, they pay for flight school, yeah. Yes, even in Turkey, but I don't know how to say this. Turkish airline. That's where you're nice, Nicole. There you go. You get free flight school. It ain't like that around here in America, man. You pay for everything here. We pay for the air we even breathe. Pay for the air that you breathe here, man. You yawn and you get a bill in the mail the next day. You consumed too much oxygen. We're raising your taxes by 2%. Jeez. I would like to be in the airline industry, but my ADHD would not allow that work, sadly. It's alright, man. I mean, you can get in the airline industry, I would say, with ADHD. Just not exactly a pilot. I mean, check around, man. You never know. Air tax, exactly, business. Exactly. Trust me, being a pilot is a lot, and that's why I love my father. He said he will pay it for me. Nice, man, nice. Hopefully for Christmas you're getting the Boeing Yoke. Fingers crossed for you, man. Fingers crossed. Remember, everybody, if you wouldn't mind, hit that like button for me. I would really greatly appreciate that. We have 5 more likes to go, everybody, until we hit 30. Our goal is 30 likes. And if you are new here and you are enjoying what you are seeing, please consider becoming a subscriber. Join the MB crew. Be empowered by our streams. And just general have fun with us while we hang out and laugh about all kinds of random stuff. So please, everybody, go ahead and hit that like button for me, and if you're new here, please consider becoming a subscriber, turning on notifications for the channel so you'll never miss whenever I post a video or go live. Thank you so much, everybody. Michael, quick question. You know the Boeing 747, when you reset the camera in the cockpit, it's really low. You can't see anything. Okay, yeah. Hopefully I am trying to give my dad a heads up. I told him, you know, I really want this product, and I am trying to save up. Just trying to show him what I want for Christmas. Yeah, even if it's not your only, if that's your only gift, you know what I mean? Say, this is all I want, this one thing. Because I promise you, this is a absolute game changer right here, and I know, Colin, you will enjoy the hell out of it. Every time I go up to sea. So I believe in the camera. If you go to options, you go to the general options, and you go to the camera setting, I believe there is a way to permanently adjust the vertical height, and it's in the camera settings, I believe, in the general options. So go over there and you have to adjust the vertical height, and I'm pretty sure that's all you really need to do. Maybe, but I don't want to move from Gotland. Love this island. If the only airline work in this island, it's probably bag handlers or check-in. Well, that's a foot in the door, you know. Who knows, man? It's a foot in the door. Yeah, but how do I save it? It should save on its own. So if you go into the camera settings and you adjust the vertical height, it should stay saved for you. And it will stay like that. I'm not talking adjusting it using the arrow keys. I mean, literally go into the camera settings in your general options and saving it that way, and it should save it permanently. It shouldn't. You shouldn't have any need to have to go in there and touch it afterwards. 34 minutes until we start our descent, everybody. 34 minutes. It's been a long journey so far today. Just really hoping we can butter this 787-10 into Bangkok with no problems here. Top of descent, 326 miles. 475 nautical miles to go. So about 150 nautical miles out, we will start our descent. And we'll aim for a descent speed of about 250 knots also. If we come to our front nose camera here, there ain't nothing out there, nothing but darkness. So, not much going on out here, especially this view. Can't really see much out there. Yeah, I can be the one that throws bags into the Ryanair aircraft. Ryanair flies a 737 MAX Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, flying to Arlanda. Malta Air is the airline that flies for Ryanair. Nice. Yeah, man, you never know, and don't be afraid to pursue opportunity. Who knows? Who knows? I always say it this way. I think we're going to get to the point where there's going to be a pilot shortage, and it's already happening. I mean, it's already, at least, that's what they say here in the United States. You know, and you have airlines like American, Southwest, JetBlue. They have all those cadet programs to get new pilots in. But the problem with that is they want you to take out loans on your own for it. They'll pay for it, but the loans are going to be in your name. And then they'll reimburse you the money once you get hired. Once you get hired on. But it's kind of just like regular tuition reimbursement. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like regular tuition reimbursement. Put the weather to sun? I mean, I'm pretty sure we could probably just change it to real world time at this point. 1:10 a.m. real time in Bangkok, but we will leave it where we had it. We had it about right here. Sweden has an airline shortage. I'm impressed that SAS is still flying. Swedish pilot education's 2.5-year University of Applied Sciences education. Nice. Of which is 6 months are internships. The education is not free, but costs you approximately 849,000 Swedish. You can finance the education costs with loans from the school's partner, Swedbank. Yep, and that's exactly what they do here in the United States. Come fly for us, we'll send you to school. But the loans are going to be in your name, by the way, and then when you get hired, we'll pay you back. Yeah, sounds like a scam to me. And then what happens if you don't pass? What happens if you don't pass FAA medical? What happens if the airline shuts down? What happens if that program terminates? You're screwed. And that's exactly, you know, it's just nah. Nah. I don't know why, but I'm good at buttering with a private jet. Always get 60 feet per minute or under. Nice. Oh, yep. Complete darkness now. Well, we have the moonlight, at least. Hello, Mr. Moon. But, yep. 200 or 290 nautical miles to go until we start descending. And that's going to be, like we said, in about 36 minutes or so. According to Volanta, Volanta says we want to start descending about 30 minutes earlier than it's suggesting. If we look off the left-hand side of the airplane right now, we see some lights out there, and that is, of course, Myanmar, or Burma. And that little city out there is PFSrealistic. Hey Mike, I'm back for a little bit, gotta run to the store. Alright, Burner. Good to have you back, my friend, thank you. I prefer to be a virtual pilot, less stress. Who knows, maybe in the future all airlines will be remote controlled by people like us. Hey man, you never know. Pleased with the way that they're doing Tesla autopilot stuff nowadays. I wouldn't doubt it if Elon Musk tries to develop an airliner that just flies itself all the time. But I doubt that's ever going to happen, man. You can't trust technology, because if a computer breaks, you're screwed. And that's why pilots still exist. Because, you know, I bet that would be possible. I bet if you could somehow get an airplane to take off and control it from the ground via remote control, I'm sure that you could get the airplane from point A to B completely safe with passengers on board and use auto land or just use autopilot the whole way, right? I'm sure that it's more than possible. But that being said, what happens if an engine goes out? What happens if both engines go out? What happens if, you know, that there just needs to be a human there? There just needs to be a human there. Absolutely 1000%. Because even computers can get stupid sometimes, you know? Oh, hey, kitty. Kitty just walked in. Where'd you go? Oh, hello, my darling. Want to look at the camera? Oh, hello there. Alright, I know, you want to get down, okay. Kitty. I just remember a crazy concept where the cockpit was in the back of the aircraft and the window was replaced with cameras and screens. What? That sounds like a wonderful idea. And what happens if bird poop just accidentally happens to land right on the lens? Then what do? Alright, there's TOD. We can see it on our navigation display right there. 255 nautical miles. It's going to put us at about, I want to say, 150 nautical miles out to descend, according to our lovely little math that we want to do right here. If we do 37 times 3, you're going to get exactly 111 nautical miles, you see. And that's the fail about that method right there, is using the decimal point method and moving the decimal point over 3 times and then multiplying by 3, and that's what your descent altitude should be. That is no. Never go by that method, everybody. I mean, that's a general rule of thumb, but I would never go by that method at all, especially not in an airliner, man. No way. Well, you fly IFR? I mean, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but I have a feeling that would, like, in instances like that, that would just happen way too much. And then there's ice, too. What if ice gets on it? And, yeah, that just... Because then you're flying IFR in the middle of the daytime because your camera broke, or a bird shit on it. You know, like... That's why I don't exactly see anything like that ever catching on. But who knows, man? Technology, it gets crazier and crazier the farther we go along, right? Remember, everybody, please remember to hit that like button for me. We are only 5 away. 5 away, please. We only need 5 more people to hit that like button for me. Even if you pop in here and you're not even enjoying it. Even if you pop in and you say, God, this guy's annoying and he talks too much. Please consider hitting that like button for me. Would really greatly appreciate that. Like I said, currently sitting at 25. Want to get up to 30 by the time this stream ends, which is going to be about in another hour or so once we actually start descending. So we have made the very long trek, everybody, successfully, I might add. And now we have the moon. Sorry, don't mean to be fixing myself in my camera, but my hair was looking a bit weird. Well, that aircraft did not get longer than concept, so some thought it was stupid. Little cameras that man make the roof and floor look like a seafood would be cool as a passenger. Yeah, that would be cool. I've been on a glass bottom boat before. I did that, I forget where. It was somewhere in the... I want to say it was... I want to say we were in Nassau, the Bahamas, and we went on a... we went on a glass bottom boat tour, and you could see all the fish beneath the boat and all the coral and everything like that. And then we were going by all these houses, and they were like, that's Tom Cruise's house, and that house is owned by Oprah Winfrey, and Will Smith owns that house. And I was just kind of like, how the hell do they know that? And everybody was like freaking out, like, Oprah lives there. And it's like, dude, how do you know that? How do you know for real that's Oprah's house? This tour company could be blowing smoke up our nostrils right here. You were in Nassau on Sunday? Nice. How was it? They basically just named off all the most popular celebrities at that point in time, and we're like, yeah, that's their house. I mean, I guess it's not completely out of the realm of possibility, obviously, because those houses are millions upon millions of doll hairs to own. Alright, so what I would like to do is I'm going to come over here to legs, and we are going to look at our plan. Let's zoom in a little bit here. And the reason why I want to do that is I want to look at our approach one more time and just make sure that everything is looking okay, because I know this approach, looking at it before and looking at the chart, oops, wrong way, looking at the chart, everything looked a little strange, but doesn't look too weird right now. I mean, the only thing that's kind of weird right there is that waltz waypoint making the turn, and then there's final right there, so alright, everything looks like that'll be fine. Just really wanted to make sure that that looked okay. exactly how you described? Alright. I find it weird to pay money to see celebrities' houses. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the whole point of that. It was just kind of like a tour through the general little harbor area there. Whatever the name of that bay is called, I forget. And it was just a glass bottom boat. We were only there for one afternoon because we did it. I did it on a cruise ship, so it wasn't anything where I stayed overnight. It was just you paid $20 to get on the boat and do the river tour, and you know, they got to get something to impress you. And then they gave us fish food to feed the fish, because I guess the people up top would feed the fish, and then underneath the glass bottom boat you'd be able to look down. Now the whole bottom wasn't made of glass, it was only this piece in the center, and it was probably like a 3 foot by 5 feet square cut out in the bottom, and that you couldn't walk directly on. It was surrounded by a cage or by a big wall. So unfortunately, if you were shorter than like 5'5", you probably weren't going to be able to see over the railing. But yeah, it was cool. So when people were feeding the fish from the very top of the boat, all of the fish would swim and go around, and it was cool. And we saw a couple of barracudas. That was a big, terrifying looking fish, let me tell you that. It was fun though. It was fun. A cruise ship is also how I went to Princess Juliana International Airport. I did visit TNCM in person. Didn't go through the airport or the terminal or anything like that, but I was able to sit right on Maho Beach and watch several A320s, and A340 came right over my head. That was a good one. That was an experience, man. Let me tell you, I would still, the fact that as an av geek, the fact that I went there, it was just, you know. I don't have any pictures of it either. I don't have any pictures of it. The girl that I was dating at the time is who I went with, and she took all the pictures on her fancy camera and phone, because I didn't own a big fancy camera or anything like that, and you know, that's that. So I don't have any pictures or anything of that. I had pictures of me in front of the Jet Blast sign that said like warning Jet Blast in front of the road. I had all pictures of me like that there. And we tried to get one with the airplane going underneath me, and, you know, but I don't have those anymore. So it goes. But that was an unreal experience, and believe me, the next vacation I do plan on taking probably is going to be a cruise, and I'm going to make sure that that is going to be one of the destinations is Princess Juliana, and I am going to stay there all afternoon if I have to. If that means getting pictures of the planes landing and taking off. The only thing I probably won't do again if I go to Princess Juliana would be to sit behind the airplane when it's taking off. A340, nice. Some 4-engine aircraft that was missing at that airport these days. Yeah, that airport's kind of changed, you know what I mean? 747s don't go in and out of there anymore. I think the largest airplanes that do still visit there are probably, I think 787s. KLM flies their 787s there, and maybe I think A330s make their way there every now and again. But a lot of what we saw, a lot of Win Air Twin Otters, a lot of CT Cessna 208s, Grand Caravans, a couple 737s, a couple A320s. The A340 was the biggest airplane that we saw that day. But yeah, the thing I won't do again is standing behind the runway when the airplane takes off, because that was very painful. And the reason why it was painful is all the dust, all the dirt, all the rocks, excuse me, all the small debris that's on the runway and on the roadway there, it gets picked up when the airplane's taking off. And we stood behind, or I stood behind, I did it alone. I stood behind I think it was either an A320 or a 737, I forget. So, I mean, it wasn't even that big of an airplane, so imagine doing it with a 747, like when they used to fly there. And, yeah, it was pretty painful, and I didn't get, like, blown over, and I didn't, like, fall in the sand and get hurt or anything, but, yeah, a couple of rocks pinged off my head, I got a bunch of shit in my eye, and, you know, it wasn't really the smartest thing to do. That's why that sign is there, but, you know, it is what it is. You flew a 747 from Heathrow to Dallas, nice. Feels like the magic of the Princess disappeared with the 747, yeah. I mean, Maho Beach is still an incredible beach to visit. The water was absolutely incredible. That was one thing that I did enjoy. Let's get on this side of the airplane so the moonlight can hit us. There we go. The water was still absolutely amazing. The bar sucked, but... Just looking at our retard data here. VTBS. Retard. Let's see what we have going on. Winds coming in from the east, 90 degrees at 6 knots. Visibility greater than 10 kilometers. Ceiling 12,000 feet. Few clouds at 2,000. No significant weather observed at this time. Alright, it should be a pretty smooth landing then. We shouldn't have any crosswind or anything like that that's going to mess us up at all. So that's good. We don't want to go all this way and then have an absolute potato of a landing now, do we? Definitely not. 145 nautical miles until the top of our descent. Let's see. Let's get our approach all set up and ready to go here. Get our VREF set. 30, flaps 30, 150 knots going to be our ref. Landing ref will be QNH. ILS runway 19 left. 13,125 feet of runway to get this big airplane stopped. So I'm pretty sure we will be absolutely fine. Navrad, let's just double check this once more, of course. Get a look at our charts here. Nav radio 110.5, which is still true. ILS 19 left. Yep, course 195. Looking good. Alright, lovely. Just checking over our charts here for our descent. Let's start looking through our legs here as we get closer and just making sure that we are going to be following everything. So, by the time we get to Willa, we need to be at 280 knots and we need to be below 18,000 feet. So, if at Ebedo we are still calling to be at flight level 370, we are not going to be below 18,000 feet and 35 nautical miles, I can tell you that. So that's what I mean. We are going to have to start our descent a lot sooner than that. And that's why sometimes going by this, oh, we might actually. Because Willa is right here. It's calling us to start our descent just after Mygar, which is about... Alright, so maybe we'll have about 65 nautical miles to get down from 370 to flight level 180. I don't know if that's quite going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to have to start descending a little bit sooner than what this is telling us. I'm thinking we're going to have to start descending right with what Volanta is wanting us to do, which is going to be in about 10 minutes. So I think we're going to listen to Volanta and not go with what our FMC is telling us to do here, because we're not going to have enough time to get down to meet that constraint. At least I don't think. That's going to be calling it close, because it's just after Megar that they want us to go down. So, yeah, that's not leaving us very much room at all. Or will it? $50 nautical miles to Peep, 25 from there, 30 to Beto, 30. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think we're going to have to start descending sooner than what our FMC is telling us. Which, if that's the case, that's 8 minutes from now. So, okay, that's fine. You're doing Quizlet? Nice. Very nice. Ten minutes or so. Our Volanta is telling us to descend right after Cockpit, or Cockpit, which is where we're flying to right now. So we are 41 nautical miles away from Cockpit, which is where we are going to descend, not where this is telling us. So I'm thinking that this top of descent here didn't update for when we increased our cruising altitude, I'm assuming. I don't know. But we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go with what Volanta's telling us, and if that's the case, I mean, who cares? We'll cruise at 18,000 feet for 5 minutes if we have to. I mean, it's really no big deal. But we will descend at 280 knots regardless, and probably we will aim for about 1,718 feet per minute on the descent rate as well. As far as our fuel is concerned, we have 29,300 pounds left. We started with over 92,000 pounds of fuel on board. Is that right? I feel like that's wrong. How much fuel did we start out with? Yeah, no, 90,115 pounds. We're at 29,300, so we have burned a pretty good amount. We were planning between the trip and the taxi to burn 75,789 pounds of fuel, but we had that nice tailwind that was pushing us along there, so when all is said and done, we should have about 14,400 pounds of fuel remaining by the time we arrive in Bangkok. But I can promise you that we are definitely going to have more than that. We are definitely going to have more than that. Just trying to make sure that we are planning for our arrival appropriately. Okay. 4 minutes until Volanta wants us to start our descent, which I agree with. I do agree with that. I'd rather be safe than sorry in regards to that. Just because, like I said, I really don't want to take any risks with... But if we do that, let's see. 15. Yeah, that would be making us start our descent at 220 miles away, or 205 nautical miles away. But like I said, according to our chart, we need to be below 18,000 feet and at maximum 280 knots by the time we get to Willa. So if we are following our charts correctly and doing this by the book, we do need to start our descent shortly. So, here's what it is. Hey Burner, what's up? He says, finally home on my PC. Nice. We're gonna start descending any moment now. Another 3 or 4 minutes or so. Just trying to make sure that we aren't going to be descending too early here. That's all. One thing that we can't forget to do is to start the replay tool. Guys, do not let me forget to do that. Sometimes on these longer flights, I have a habit of forgetting to do so. It's so funny bothering a cat when they sleep. Because they look at you like, dude, the fuck? $6, everybody. Just past the 6-hour mark on this stream so far. Only 4 more likes, everybody. 4 more likes until we hit our goal of 30. Please, if you are just tuning in, please hit that like button for me. We'd really greatly appreciate that. We need 4 more to go, everybody, to reach our goal of 30 likes by the time this stream ends. So please, everybody, if you are just tuning in, hit that like button for me. You'd be doing me a huge favor. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing, you are enjoying me, enjoying the stream, enjoying my camaraderie, enjoying everything, please consider becoming a subscriber and turning on all notifications for the stream as well. Would really greatly appreciate that. There we go, up to 27 now. Lovely. Only 3 more, everybody. 3 more likes to go. Three more likes to go, guys. Okay, so 2 minutes until we start our descent. So let's come over here. We're gonna get this down to, we're gonna get our altitude down to 18,000. Oops, that's heading. I want to get our altitude down to 18,000 feet, just because that's what we need to be at or below by the time we reach Willa. So we will just kind of time our descent to meet that. So if we start descending now, we'll be just about 200 nautical miles to go. This wants us to start descending right at 150 nautical miles out, but we're not going to listen to that. We're going to go based on what our charts are telling us to do, and that's about it. Because if we're going to really try to keep this realistic and everything like that, and then again, if we were flying on VATSIM or with ATC, we'd have to be following that. We would have to be following that to a T. Alright, there goes descent, everybody. Let's go for it. We're going to get this out of IAS Mach and get this into vertical speed. And let's start going down. So we'll aim for about 1,600 feet per minute on the descent rate and a speed of 280 knots. So down we go. Okay. Decided to JFK, 8 hours and 43 minutes, going to be in KLM. Nice. And JFK, man, it's a good airport. 3 likes away, ladies and germs. 3 likes away. We can do it. We can do it. We're scheduled to arrive in about 17 minutes, but I would push that more towards about 25 minutes until our arrival. We have 25 minutes to get 3 more likes. That's only 1 like about every 8 minutes. So please, people, please, if you are there, get us to 30, everyone. Get us to 30. We are so close. And I know we can hit it. I know we can. I know we can, said the little streamer that could. A little streamer that could. Alright. The light reflecting off this camera is making some haze right here. I just tried adjusting for it. Man, my beard looks terrible again. I gotta really work on trimming that. But we are doing perfect. Yeah, I think that making that call of starting our descent then was going to be the right decision. Because if we fly in a straight line, we'll be at about 18,000 feet just before Willa there. So let's slow our descent rate just a little bit here. Shoot for about 1,400 feet per minute now, and using our green arch there to help us out with that. And we will be arriving in about 162 nautical miles. Well, the 100th year KLM livery, orange and blue gradient, is super cool. Yeah, man. Very beautiful indeed. Alright. Really hoping we get the butter on this, everybody. Flying all this way, we don't want to potato it. The airplanes are designed for 600 feet per minute, we did find out, though, just a little while ago. So, I mean, if we do end up coming down a little bit too hard, we shouldn't beat ourselves up too badly. Oh, I thought it was raining outside here in my area. I was to say, you kidding me? I'm so sick and tired. We had rain for like 4 or 5 days straight, man. It's just one of those things where you just get so sick and tired of the rain after a while. For anybody that lives in this hemisphere, or any countries that are in this same hemisphere, knows that pain. I'm sure you guys in the UK know that as well. Constant rain, man. It never stops sometimes. Feels like it rains for days and days on end. And then, of course, there's the snow. OG goes crazy. What's up, man? Welcome. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate that. Hope you are having a wonderful Friday. We've just started our descent in our lovely Boeing 787 Dreamliner in Etihad colors on our way down into Bangkok. Ollie's back. What's up, man? Just in time for descent. And hopefully can stick around until our arrival. Just passing below 28,000 feet. Thanks for the fair press of Volanta. No problem, man. No problem at all. Looks like we probably ended up taking a little bit too much fuel with us. And I was just kind of going on base on what SimBrief said, but I'm thinking it was inaccurate because we still have a hell of a lot of fuel left. A lot of fuel left. Descent speed, we're staying right on the money with that. So far, descent is going perfectly. Just did a quick flight from Oslo to Trondheim. Nice. Hope that went smooth for you. Okay. We can lessen our descent rate now just a little bit. Go. You're already in Thailand? Yes, we are. Testing to see if the orange and blue livery installed properly. Nice. It did, but it's dark and wet up there, so as it is sort of Alaska latitude. Yeah, you know, we were just kind of talking about that, being in different parts of the hemispheres of the planet and the different weather that goes along with it. Especially being here in New England in the United States. It just seems like the rain never stops sometimes, man. Just seems like it never stops. You just did a butter? Nice. Butters are always accepted. But although sometimes we like to call them mayonnaise here, man. Instead of a greaser, we'll go for a mayo. We will leave so much mayonnaise on that runway, we can make a BLT, I'll tell ya. Yours is more like lard. Yeah, that's what I say. You got 3 levels of landing. You got lard, which is just a bit stiff, a little slippery. You got mayo, which is just right. And then from there, I don't know, what would you have after that? Whipped cream? Vegetable spread? Margarine? Would margarine technically be above? What's better? No, I'd say margarine. Okay, here's the levels. It's gonna be lard, margarine, and then mayo. I think that's fine. Lube. Oh, man. Large for me was heavy. Bam! Oh yeah. It didn't, you're sad now? I don't know if it did. It was a RAR file. Did you extract it? You need to extract the RAR file, man, and then put that file in your community folder, and you should be good. Alright, descent is going perfect. Have you got scenery for Bangkok? No. No, I do not, unfortunately. That's one thing I need to get better at, is either purchasing better scenery or... seeing if there's any free scenery available on flightsim.to. That's one thing I generally always forget to check out. But then again, sometimes I'm a little sketched about downloading free scenery off flightsim.to, and the only reason being is compatibility. You know, so I don't want to download a scenery that's not exactly compatible and then be put in a situation where it's going to be causing CTDs and all that stuff. We've had that happen in the past. I forget what airport I downloaded a scenery for. I think it may have been Doha in Qatar. Or maybe was it in the UK? I forget. I downloaded a scenery and we went on stream with it, and we had 2 crashed desktops within 20 minutes of each other. Removed the scenery and we had no problems. So that's why I kind of avoid trying to do some of that. Some of the free scenery sucks. I got Bodo and Morway and had a ditch on the taxiway, and that was it. Flight over. Yeah, I only have 2 payware sceneries that I own. I own the Fly Tampa Las Vegas. Actually, no, that's not true. I own Fly Tampa Las Vegas. I own a payware of my local airport around here, and then I own a payware. I forget which version of the St. Martin. I don't recall. Only get scenery if you fly there a lot? Exactly. Exactly. You know, when a lot of these streamers that you see flying now, you know, that always have the new scenery and are always able to get the new scenery, it's usually they're given a copy for free, and I'm not at that level yet, so... Fly Tampa's one of the best, yeah, man. I agree. A little heavy on your graphics card though, and on your frames. But Vegas is somewhere I fly to quite often. Well, personally. Scenery only on airport, that's a hub for you, yeah. Like I said, we visit Vegas, not like super often, but I'd say often enough to where I wanted to get the scenery for it, but unfortunately, like I said, as far as how that scenery affects my frames, it is a frame killer. Absolute frame killer. We flew into Vegas one stream, and I think we were getting like 7 frames per second when we flew in, and the reason being is it was taking up so much of my RAM, and I only have a 16 gigabyte rig. So, yeah. Because I only have a 16 gigabyte rig, between OBS running in the background, FlyLiveStudios, FSRealistic, the PMDG we were flying, you know, all that stuff running in the background, taking up my RAM, we were at like 94% usage on my memory, which ultimately is what was causing us to lag out so bad. Now, when I'm not streaming, and we get a lot of our RAM freed up from not having all the background processors running, like webcam, the software for that, NVIDIA Broadcast, you know, all that stuff not running, it only takes up about 50 to 60% of my RAM usage, and it runs perfectly fine. I get 40, 50 frames. But until I get like a 32 gigabyte system or get 32 gigabytes of RAM installed, we are going to be avoiding any of that. So we need to be at or below 15,000 here. So we are going to begin another descent down to 15,000 feet. And we also need to be at 250 knots, by the time we reach Invec out there. So we will get our speed selected down to 250 and get the descent rate going here just a little bit more. So we are slowing down nicely already to 250. I am happy that the world update that was of the Nordic countries came with Stockholm Arlanda. I wish that one international aircraft got added in all world airport gets added in all world updates. Not only unknown airports that mostly is for GA aircraft or for bigger props. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's just because that's where a lot of the most scenic areas are. You know what I mean? I think that's why you're going to see that. And a lot of people really love that type of bush flying, you know? I guess Arlanda got a big update because of how bad it was in the base. Some taxiways were just grass. You know, there's a lot of airports that are just absolutely horrendous that are stock that come with the sim. You know, some of them are just mind-blowingly terrible. Especially when you are taxiing along at some of these airports and you didn't realize you needed to have four-wheel drive turned on in your aircraft. That's what I find mostly a lot of the problems with ours. Like you said, the taxiways are very unevenly surfaced and they have a lot of dips and dives in them and all that, you know, so it's just that kind of stuff isn't what they call an immersion killer. Okay, let's get our altitude down to 11,000 here. Because we need to be at 11,000 feet by the time we reach B508 out there. So we will be about 1,200 feet per minute descent rate. Should get us right where we need to be. And we also need to start slowing down to 220 knots. So we will bring that down to 220. And let's open up the speed brake a little bit to help us out. So we're just going to continue on along down to 6,000 feet. Okay, airplane, that was cool. You just pitched up for no reason. No apparent reason at all. Let's get flaps 1 here already. Jenna, hello. Still here, alright, foot. I remember in the early days of Microsoft Flight Simulator when crossing a taxiway bridge was impossible, becoming an invisible hitbox. Charles de Gaulle Airport was plagued with the invisible boxes. Oh, jeez. I can only imagine, man. I can only imagine. We landing? Yep, we are on our way down. Passing through 12,400 feet at the moment. Starting a big turn here. Let's just hope that the airplane doesn't act too crazy, because we have a couple of big turns coming up over here. Get our weather radar on as well. Terrain on, nothing. Okay. About to come below 10,000 feet, so let's get all of our lights on. Just finished Dubai to Heathrow. Nice. Oh, God. Need to invest in a better headset. I'll tell you. So now, according to our ILS chart, we can go into a holding pattern here if we are not at 3,000 feet in time before we start that really sharp turn to the runway there by the time we get to Waltz. So we'll see if we're going to make it. We'll also get flaps to 5. You did it on multiplayer, and that was your worst decision. And we're also going to take manual control of the throttles as well. That was that noise that you just heard. We're not going to trust auto throttle, at least for not right now, not while we're descending. Because I'm pretty sure that we are going to have to do what our chart was telling us, and that is going to be turning and going in a holding pattern. Semi-night is beautiful, I know, man, it's absolutely nuts. And that is, we might have to go into that holding pattern here depending on what the airplane does, but we are slowing down to see if we can't relieve some of that, and hopefully we'll get down to altitude in time. We have, like I said, a couple of these really sharp turns coming up here, and I'm curious to see how the airplane is going to handle this. But I'm not too confident in the airplane's ability, to be completely honest with you, to keep these turns tight. But you never know. Where are you landing? Bangkok. Bangkok, Thailand. Actually, we might be okay here. Ground light scenery looks awesome. I know, man. It is absolutely nuts. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to start the replay tool. And we are going to hit record, and we will watch the arrival all the way from out here, everybody. And that sounds like a good plan, in my honest opinion. And I think we are going to do perfectly fine. 787? Yes, it is. Boeing 787-10 in Etihad colors. But yeah, I think we are going to make our altitude perfectly fine here. Because by the time we get to CF, by the time we get to our waypoint over here of Lemon, we need to be at 2,000 feet. And Lemon is right here, so yeah, we will make that with no problem. So let's get the descent rate slowed up a little bit there. We are managing our power levers ourselves right now, just because I don't like what the 787 auto throttle tends to do when you're coming in for an arrival. Sometimes it can be a little funky, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. Knew it from the cockpit. Oh yeah, not any other one like it. Well, I mean, now they all the Boeing airplanes kind of look like this, but all right, get that down to 2,000. 500 feet per minute on the descent rate at the moment. Just control our speed here really is what this is going to be important. So while the airplane's turning, I'm going to close these blinds because the sun is getting in my eyes. So 2 seconds. There we go. That sun was, whew, that sun was starting to kill me, making it very hard to see. All right, how are we doing here? Get out of the way, Yoke. Oh, we need to get a harsher bank angle than this to make this turn, airplane. Come on now. You know, you put that in automatic, and sometimes the airplane, I just kind of feel like, is like, duh. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Sun plus night landing equals I can't see where I'm flying. Exactly, and that's exactly why I went and shut those blinds. could not see a thing. All right, there's our airport out there, ladies and gentlemen. Jose, hello, Butter. I hope so. I for sure hope so. Need to be at 2,000 feet by Lemon. Let's lower the power just a little bit more. Aim for 170 knots here. Let's get our range in to closer. There we go. Flaps are going to come to 20. .787 took that turn pretty well. It did. It's flying the approach rather nicely. Speaking of which, approach mode is going to come on. Let's come over here to NavRad and make sure all of this was looking okay. Managing your own speed, not auto throttle. That's clever. If you are, yeah, we are. The reason being is I don't trust this auto throttle system at all.
2,500.
If I'm being completely honest with you, I do not. No. And plus, practicing an approach without auto throttle really will, just in my opinion, better your piloting skills. Arm our spoilers here. Here we go. Our VREF speed is 150, so we are going to set our speed bug to 150 just for a reference. We will stay at 170 for now. We have approach mode on, so I'm really hoping that we get established on the ILS here coming up soon. Let's make the airplane's flying kind of a weird angle. We're coming at the runway at kind of a odd angle here. We haven't been established on the localizer yet. Okay, we have a decision to make, folks. Decision has just been made, coming off autopilot now, gear coming down, just because it's taking us at such a weird angle. We're just gonna kind of take over from here. Just did really not like, we were a little bit high, but it's okay, we can fix that. See, the 787 can be very unforgiving on approach if you let it. And now we are coming in all over the place. All zigzaggy. 50-knot crosswind coming on our left. This was not in the weather report. So I'm assuming that the weather changed. We're getting some chugs. Keep up on VREF here. We're still a little bit high, but that's no big deal.
1,000.
Still a tad bit high. Hehehe.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100.
Whoa.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Well, typical 787 landing for us, ladies and gentlemen. We still can't seem to nail this, and we're not getting reverse thrust either. No reverse thrust on this one. No. There it goes. Nope, it's starting to. But, yeah. Welcome, everybody. Typical MB landing here. Off my back, yeah. We didn't get the landing rate monitor either, huh? Makes me sad. Like I said, typical 787 for this man. Was that even in the touchdown zone? Probably not, no. We were very high. So, no. I'm gonna assume no. Alright. Minus 165, is that per Volanta? Dude, I don't know what it is with the 787, man. I just can't get the hang of it. I just can never get the hang of it. And the main thing is I'm always finding myself coming in way too high with it. That's the main issue. Seemed good to me. You had a crosswind. It's alright. I don't blame you, realistic pilot, but with trash aircraft. Yeah, I don't know. I can't ever seem to get the hang of this airplane here. But we made it down. Minus 165, I'll take it. I mean, we were not center lined at all. But do you see, like right there towards the end, how much movement I had to put on the airplane to get it to turn in any way, shape, or form? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's my sensitivity. I mean, who knows? But that's one thing that I always find myself having a hard time with. Oops, strobes. Is the airplane just, I don't know, it just gets very sluggish. Very sluggish. No butter song? I don't need it. I don't need no butter song. You must pray to Boeing and tell them maybe the 787 will give you the power to land her. Maybe. Maybe. But that's usually about how our 787 landings go. Our touchdown really isn't too terrible. I mean, minus 162 is, if that's what Volanta is saying, then I think the touchdown rate was okay. Considered acceptable. Butter with a little bit of to the right. And no reverse thrust. I bet you it's going to work now, watch. Yep. You see, I don't... Maybe I'm doing something wrong with the honeycomb here. Maybe I gotta look this thing up and see if there's maybe something wrong I'm doing with the drivers, but there's certain airplanes where reverse thrust just will not work. You can't talk, we should be on the grass. I'm surprised we weren't on the grass. This is just, I don't know, man. For whatever reason, this airplane, I can't really get the hang of. I mean, we've buttered the 777 before, and that was the god-awful Captain Scam 777, and we got that baby in with no problems. But this one here, I seem to have a tough time with. So, alright, this is going to be an awfully long taxi run, so for sake of time, we're just going to end here, like, stop the airplane here, watch the replay, and swan song the stream, everybody. Just because by the time we get over to where we need to be at the terminal, it's going to be another 10 minutes. And I'd rather get to the landing now. I've been streaming for damn near 7 hours. My eyes and back are killing me. So, we are just going to take it from here, get our flaps back down. Actually, you know what? No, we don't need to do that yet. Have I tried GSX before? Yep. Yep, I have GSX. The wind was from behind. I think it caused you to drift last minute. Yeah, 50 knots though on a big airplane like this. Okay, let's hit. But it just, if you notice, and I'll show you, we'll come back and we will watch. Now right here, you see there's our, you see what the airplane was doing right here? We were on track to intercept Lemon perfectly fine, you know? And right here is where I took over manual control of the airplane, or right about here. So we were right on track to intercept Lemon, right? And then localizer flashed. So according to the airplane right now, we are established on the localizer. And then it stopped, you see? It stopped. So I kind of let the airplane kind of do what it wanted to do and see if we were going to get reestablished. And we were just flying at such a weird angle. And I don't know, I didn't like that. I kind of feel like we made the right decision with taking over when we did. So let's see what this looks like from here. Yeah, be right here about is where we took over. At least the moon looks cool. And no landing rate monitor. It seems to like more aircraft than it does others. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man? You late? Yeah, we've been going on nearly 7 hours here with this little long haul we decided to do today. We should have gone around, realistically. But, yeah, we don't do that here. You slept in? Nice. Beautiful ground scenery? Yeah, that's where this simulator shines, I think, is at night. Yeah, you see how much, like, I was having to... You saw how much force I'm having to put on the airplane to get it to turn. So we were getting blown around just a little bit. And there's where we started going off the center line. And then, yeah. And look at our ground spoilers. Oh, there they go. And no reverse thrust, man. No reverse thrust. I don't get it. They come in after the fact. Like, I can control them during the replay, which is why you just heard them a little bit there. But, for whatever reason, no reverse thrust on touchdown. This is... What other airplane didn't allow us to get reverse thrust on touchdown? I forget. The EMB 110 didn't allow us to get reverse thrust on touchdown either, and neither does the Cessna 208B with this throttle quadrant. So I don't, not really sure what it is. But every time it hurts more. I mean, that wasn't that terrible. Now let's not be ridiculous. Let's not be the landing Nazis here, guys. If it was that hard, believe me, the FSRealistic would have let us know. What replay tool do I use? I use SkyDolly. SkyDolly. It's much better than the default Microsoft Flight Simulator replay. In my opinion, at least. But you see how much aileron is going up there and the airplane just isn't moving? I mean, we definitely would have had some whiplash there. But see, I can control the reverse thrust from here. See, now we're getting it. But upon landing, we didn't. So, who knows? And our spoilers didn't deploy that time. See, and now the reverse thrust just shut off on its own. But you see, that's kind of, with this replay tool right here, it's kind of, iffy when it comes to control surfaces and showing the control surfaces and such. Let's get a view from the outside now. And then we will get one from the nose view, and then that's going to be it for the day. W's, what's up? Just warning you, this was a sloppy one, my friend. This was a sloppy one indeed. You see, we looked okay right here. I kind of thought, yeah, we're getting a little crosswind action here, but nothing too terrible. Nothing too terrible. I had to take my rudder control is right here on my airplane, so if you guys notice when I'm landing, I'm constantly... But yeah, we weren't anywhere near the touchdown zone, and did we make it at least to the last point of where we should have touched down? Yeah, see, that wasn't too bad. I feel like if we were more center-lined, that would have been an A-OK landing to me, man. Alright, Janet, take care. Have an excellent day. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Whiplash? Oh, yeah. From the... from when we touched down. Because I think our right gear touched first. So if we look... Our right gear touched first, I believe. Yeah, it definitely did. Oh no. So yeah, I mean, the touchdown really wasn't that bad. You see, I come in there with the rudder right at last second. Right at the last second, because we kind of got pushed to the right, and then you can see the rudder control just before touchdown to keep us straight. Because if I wouldn't have done that, we definitely would have gone off the runway off here to the right. So, good last second controls there to keep us from getting put in a dangerous situation. There's that last minute rudder, and now we touched. So, landing rate, in my opinion, wasn't too terrible. 165, you guys said it was? I just kind of feel like if we could have been more straight there, that would have been okay. all in all, I think this would have been an acceptable landing in the end, because we didn't really touch down too hard. Yeah, we didn't really touch down hard at all. So, I mean, I'll give myself a thumbs up on this one. Looking at it from the outside, again, we'll look at it again. Did we bounce? No. Did we slam for a tilted landing gear? Let's look. I mean, yeah, maybe we touched down on the left-hand side a little, on our right wheel a little hard. But hey, it could have been much worse. Could have been much worse. Rest in peace, passengers who broke their legs. I don't think so, man. Minus 167 is fine, but hey, I could get minus 10 in here, and somebody would have something to say, or try to one up me and be like, oh well, you know, I got minus 2 the other day. Well, all right, we will get one more view in here, and we'll get this view here. Luckily, we took over right when we did. So, all right, everybody, enjoy this final view. We are going to swan song off with this one here. I hope all you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. 165 on the touchdown. You know, we just read an article where Boeing pilots say between 180 and 60 is considered a good landing, and we were at 165 there. We just weren't really straight in our right gear touchdown first. As far as the winds are concerned, right now it's obviously different. So we had a 15 knot crosswind at the time. It's showing 10 right now. So I'm happy with it. I need more practice in the 7.8, obviously. And do landing gear, we just did. So I'll catch you guys all later. Like I said, there's nothing on the schedule for tomorrow and Sunday. That's kind of tentative at the moment. Don't really exactly know what we're going to be doing just yet or what time it's going to happen, but I do plan on throwing up something. So make sure everybody take a look in the Discord for that. That'll be announced probably later this afternoon. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here, sticking with me for 7 hours, and I will catch all of you guys tomorrow. Enjoy this last replay view, and I will catch y'all later. Take care, Ollie. Cheers.